Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's 9 o'clock, May 17th, 2025. We're convening right now. We got a quorum here for a meeting here at Park Springs. As those stand for a moment of silence and pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Honor the flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. Thank you, everybody. For those that just came in, please silence your phones. Welcome again to the meeting, Park Springs. I want to start off with, before we get on to board reports, I want to start off by saying that just a reminder that the board of directors are volunteers. We're all here present of our own choice. As I'm assuming the audience is here by choice, no one is forced to be here. So thank you for your attendance. On a separate note, as the chair of the board, I want to encourage or I'm very cognizant of the fact that freedom of speech is alive and well. And I'm a big supporter of that. So let us just to remain on topic, please. Now, today we have a special guest from the Brackett Independent School District, Mr. Willis and Ms. Willis, who would like to give a small presentation to Ms. Cavender.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lisa Willis. I work at the school, and my husband Marvin Willis is the band director. And on behalf of Recognized Student, I'd like to thank Fort Clark Springs for the use of the ACO Club for our fine arts banquet. It was a big success, and we thank you for letting us use the venue or base of it. Thank you.
Thank you for all your assistance with chairs and tables and everything else.
You are
Very successful.
And we have a certificate we would like to give y'all. And a thank you card that was signed by several of the members of the band. So
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I do want to say this. When I first got here, one of the things that people asked me to do was build a bridge between here and Brackett. We're not separate. We want to be a team. And part of that is, recognizing the school, recognizing the work we can do together. We're part of the Chamber of Commerce, and it's one step at a time. And thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'd like to add that as attendee of the banquet, we had over 100 people there. And the Willises can verify this as well, confirm.
Oh, yeah.
There was enough food there. And I'm not exaggerating. There was enough food there to feed the entire breakfast. The community came, the parents, the families contributed. It was unbelievable. I have never seen anything like it since I've been here. And I'm very appreciative of all the families that live on the fort that are part of the band. And I'm very grateful for the Willises for their hard work in the school district.
Yeah.
Thank you again. All right, on to the minutes of board meeting, April 27th, 2025. Does anyone have any concerns or issues with it? If there's no concerns or issues, there a motion to adopt the minutes of April 27th, 2025.
Make a motion to adopt. Second.
All in favor? Everyone reviewed the minutes of April What, April 12th?
27.
27th? No, we already did 27th. April 25th. This was the Friday before. When we met with Triumph Beer. Anybody have any questions or concerns regarding those minutes? Anybody make a motion regarding accepting the minutes?
Make a motion to approve the special board meeting minutes from April 25th.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Regarding the minutes of April 4th, 2025, when we had discussion regarding the landscaping contract, any questions or concerns? I have a motion to approve. April 4th.
I would like to propose that amendment to the minutes
Okay, on April 4th?
on April 4th.
Okay,
I just wanted to be clear that the contract is. This was language in the meeting. I wanted to be clear that the contract is month by month
Yes.
and not a 12-month contract. And the minutes still don't explicitly state that. It just says up to 12 months. I just want that.
Okay, I'll make sure she changes it.
so there's a motion to adopt the minutes with that amendment to those minutes.
Motion to accept it with amendment. A second.
All in favor? Accepted. Secretary report. Yeah, I mean, there's letters, but that's gonna be,
John's gonna do the letters.
yeah. Okay, nothing from secretary, no secretary report, treasury report.
All right, treasurer's report. We still have a lot of bank accounts, but we're gonna talk about that later and we're sorry. We still have quite a few bank accounts, so we're gonna talk about reducing that later in the agenda. Looks like our total balance at the end of April was $858,000. That's up $30,000 from the $883,000, sorry. It was $858,000 the month before, so we're looking at about a $30,000 increase in our overall funds. Motel revenues, 24,600 previous month. We got one lot sale for $3,000 in transfer fees, so lot sales, we got $3,750. And $1,200 for March and $3,750 for April. The P&L shows a net income of $391. It's a little bit down, but it's all right. And that's it. And after I get Bill fully going, the treasurer's report will be more detailed and visual. We also got a new TV that's gonna come in Monday, so we're gonna have graphs and other materials for you to view to make things easier for you to see and understand, pie charts, breakdowns of where your money's going and such. So that's coming next month. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason, for that information. Again, I want to give kudos to Ms. Cavender for keeping a sharp eye on the accounts. It's important for everyone to understand that money is just not blowing out the window. And verifiable, it can be checked, and she's on top of it. She's monitoring it, and we're very, she's handling the money very conservatively, which is all to our benefit. And Mr. Jason just mentioned it was an almost $30,000 increase from last month. I think it's about 27,000, right? More or less.
Close to 30. It was 883 and
58, okay, 30,000 plus, okay. Thank you very much, I appreciate it. That is good news. General manager report.
first, good morning, everybody. Good morning. How are you all? Great. Miserable. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. The weather out there is pretty darn hot, so I can relate to that. All right, so I'm gonna start with staffing. There's been a lot of questions about it, so I'd like to address that for everybody. Lisa Vale graciously volunteered her time to assist with entering the budget into QuickBooks for both Fort Clark and Los Morris voluntarily. She was not paid for that at all. She's not on contract, and that's the end of that. So now you can go into QuickBooks and you can find the budget in there. So if you have any questions, I can definitely answer that at another time. Just let me know. I've had a position open since November 24th when my payables person had left. It has stayed open to be able to fill it with the right person at the right time and for the right reasons. And so Cassie Reyes was rehired to assist with a variety of essential tasks, including supporting event coordination, addressing correspondence and entries into Buildium, assisting with part-time management at the golf course, assisting with file organization and administrative duties as needed.
I can hear you on TV live.
Oh,
You can hear you on TV live.
I'm sorry.
Just continue.
The microphone. Is this better?
Yes.
Do you want me to repeat it?
No.
Okay, all right. To continue, this, like I said, was not a newly created position. The role remained unfilled following the vacancy of our payables position in November, which was almost 5.5 months ago. Cassie's job description and duties were revised to better align with the current operational needs of the association. We have also reduced labor hours at Creekside Pro Shop, not the golf course. You can still go out and you can still golf, you can do whatever you need to do. We're still closed on Tuesdays, and you just now have a sign-in sheet. And we do have tea times that are online, but those are paid for online. So we don't have to worry about that. If people want to come out, the cards will be out in the morning and they'll be put up at night. So we've got that taken care of. And just FYI, this is a trial balance period. We want to make sure that works. If it doesn't work, we're going to tweak it. We'll talk about it. We'll rework it if we need to. But in order to make changes, you have to have a trial. You have to figure out if things will work. And I want my people to be just as happy at the golf course as any other department that we have. One of our maintenance technicians broke his leg while working on a trailer on Thursday. He could be out up to 6 weeks, which was really unfortunate, and it was a really ugly break. He had to have surgery and had to have a rod put into his leg. I'd like to give a friendly reminder to everybody. There's also some of the stuff that I've heard about, hiring, job descriptions, HR. In the bylaws, it does say the executive officer / general manager creates or cause to be created and maintain job descriptions for advertising, hiring, termination, promotion, and other human source requirements. I also put my job description in the back there just in case everybody needs a refresher. And I just want to remind everybody, I know what my job is. I know what I need to do. So if you have questions, you have concerns, I think most of you that know me, my door is always open. Just call me and ask me. I don't listen to rumors, but they do get to me, and I would be happy to set them straight, but they're not true. So just give me a call, okay? Finances year to date. I haven't done this one yet before, but I'm going to do a comparison to last year on some of our major departments. So assessments, 2025, we are at $895,910.64. Last year, this time, we were at $889,820.34 with a favorable variance of $6,090. Membership is down a little bit due to some obvious reasons. Part of our increase is that we did increase our assessments. Not a lot, but we did. So that does help with the bottom line. The pool not having water has made a major factor in the loss of some of our assessments and people selling their land and their houses and things like that. But we've got some things that we're working on that I think will change that, because I do have a special guest speaker today. Golf course, 2025. We did 70,000 this year, $70,336.65. Last year was 86,307.77. We're unfavorable, $15,971. One of the main reasons for this loss was the water shortage that happened in July. And we did not get that fixed, and it did affect the playing of the course. And as golfers know, if they don't like the course, you're not going to come and play. And so now that the pump has been fixed, we are trying very hard to get the greens where they need to be. And I know this is a little bit ahead of time, but the 501c3 men's club came to me last week, who is the golf club committee, 501c, came to talk to me. They've reinstated themselves. They're going to be redoing tournaments, lots of things to help with the golf course for fun. And so I'm very, very excited to be working with them. Mr. Stewart and Mr. Bonner came to speak with me. Hunting, this is my favorite. 2025, $90,576.34. Last year, we were at $33,825. Now, what the big difference was there was hunting and traffic. There was traffic. That brought down motel costs because people weren't staying there. And it also brought down actually what it costs to get trophy bucks and what it costs to get does and all the things that we work. I want to give out a shout out. Matt's here today. He is a huge help along with Lee and Clay couples. They have spent so much time volunteering and Matt, he never takes a day off. He lives here. He works on the weekends. He's here all the time. He's an amazing employee, and I want to thank you for that. So, with contributor factors, we're not tracking, we're advertising, we're marketing. We have some packages that we're working on to even make it better, and to bring more people into the motel once we get that fixed, hopefully. But I'm just really excited. Consistent marketing with Andreas, amazing volunteer help, and offers and specials and youth hunts that we have never done before that we're doing now has been that contributing factor. So motel this year, $146,118.87. And last year it was $170,478.48. We are unfavorable $24,359. A lot of that had to do with we had the border, the state troopers were here back then. We had water in the pool back then. Well, now state troopers aren't here anymore. We don't have water in the pool, and that has affected the motel tremendously. So unfortunately, but we're working on other things to try to mitigate that. Payroll. This is another favorite of mine. 2025, $663,484.07. 2024, $682,212.50. We're favorable $18,728.43. So I'm not just spending money randomly on payroll. I do watch what I'm spending, so I wanted to share that. RV park, 2025. Right now we're at $117,744.60. 2024, we were at $172,751.49. Again, we had the pipeline and the water, and that is gone. But another pipeline is coming around, so we're getting ready to ramp up, and we're doing a lot of work out there. As part of the hunting packages we're going to put together is offering food, the RV park, and I don't have it all worked out. So I'm sure we'll all start talking. I'll let everybody know when I have that all ironed out. Okay. Favorite volunteer support. David Mann fixed a large leak at the pro shop, and once fixed, installed much needed shelving behind the counter, which was awesome. He also planted grass in front of the creek side. Art Terrazas has been working on tee box signs, planting grass, and painting. 501c3 Men's Club is back and in action and ready to do tournaments, fun items on the golf course. Mr. Hahn, with support of volunteers, fixed up and reopened the visitor center. Annabelle just I'm sorry, I'm just gonna say this, but I'm still waiting on everything else. She donated a beautiful game table to the adult center. We want to thank her very much. Stephenson's donated $4,000 to the fort. And the Olivers raised almost $10,000 to install a pickleball court. How awesome is that? I mean, that's amazing. Projects / landscaping. Russell is working on getting a bid for me to fix a wall in the parking lot by the NCO club. As you know, where you park down there, that wall's falling down. And so I asked him if he could have a stone man come out and look at it so we can fix it before it falls apart. We can't do anything about it. Spectrum, not the Spectrum that was here, but a Spectrum. Finally cleaned up the hanging boxes that had been reported to me. So the ones that are in unit 1 have all been fixed. I went and looked. And the 2 other areas that they were on the grounds have been fixed. If you do see any that are not up in the air across the lines, please let me know so I can call in a work order for that. The mountain laurels, everybody complained about. I butchered them. They're coming back very nicely, just like I knew they would. They're all flowering and they look beautiful. And I will be weeding the bottom of them so they look nice and even. But they're doing very well. And I already said we're working on hunting packages. We are, now this is something I haven't talked about with anybody, but this is in the works. Colony Road. They have some parking challenges, I think. And I've been talking with Philip and we've got some metal and poles and I already talked to Randy. We would like to build some carports behind Colony Road in the back. Like we have up at unit 1. I don't have all the details yet, but I think if we can offer our Colony Road people some parking back there to cover their cars and to get it off the street, so that way the historic district may not look so cluttered. I think that would help tremendously. But if anybody has any ideas, let me know. I'd be glad to work with you on that. And again, details have not been finalized. We're just working on that. And then speed bumps are in the works. I'm getting pricing and I'm going with Philip to find out where we really need them so I can start installing. And regardless of whether people want me to or not, I'm going to. Because I am tired of seeing people speeding through. I mean, every day I come in and they're down that bridge, they're just speeding like crazy. I actually thought one day I might just stand out there and just start stopping people.
Running stop signs also.
Yeah, oh yeah. But we're working on that too, Matt and I. So we'll let y'all know about that too. A $1,600 part has been ordered for our steer skid. Is that how you say it? Oh, sorry. I'm kind of dyslexic sometimes. Skid steer. So we can fix the drainage issues ourselves in unit 38 and 158 airport. So it should be here this week. And as soon as that gets here, we're gonna go out there and fix it. Okay. And then new rental agreement was developed with the help of Maria Perkins. And we raised the hangar rent from $35 monthly to $55 because we now have some people who's renting a space. Not the whole hangar. The hangar is big enough to put multiple planes in there, but those multiple planes each have to pay a space in that, just so you're aware. And if anybody would like to see the agreement, I have it available so you can see it. Events marketing, Andreas and Vanessa and Beyond the Decor are marketing in San Antonio at a wedding expo on Sunday to promote the fort. I'm gonna show it now, Andreas. Just show the banner. I'm so excited. It's beautiful. And then look at that. Isn't it beautiful? Yeah. It's gorgeous. Okay. Anyway, and it has glitter on it. Yeah, so I know. Okay, May 24th, our artisan market will be from 8 a.m. 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the commissary. So please, if you haven't signed up or you want to set up a table or you just want to come visit, and we are going to have veggies, just so you know, come on down, get with Vanessa, she'll set it up. Elizabeth Hodges has an announcement, but I don't know if she's here today. I think maybe Annabelle could maybe announce what we're gonna do at the pool. She's playing, well, I know what she's doing. Oh, I know what she's doing. You wanna tell it, Annabelle? Okay, well, they went down and took videos, and because Elizabeth is really promoting the pool and wanna make awareness of that, tell me if I'm wrong. They're going to do an acoustic concert in the pool on the 25th. I believe it's from 7 to 8. And we're gonna have, we couldn't get the margarita machine in time because, well, we have it, but you have to register for it because it's a picnic license, and if you do, then you have to pay for it, and we didn't get it in time. So we're gonna offer tea. Where she's gonna get some special mix for us to make that she's got a recipe for. So, and then we're working on the 4th of July event. We are developing a newsletter, so that way we can get some of the items that many people ask about before I can actually announce it at the board meeting. So if you can get a newsletter out, maybe it'll help get more information out to the members. And we're still working on the 6-month seasonal pass. That was a lot, I'm sorry. Thank you.
I just have one question, Ms. Cavender, regarding the pro shop. Are you willing to take on volunteers since we're gonna have a shorter staff at the pro shop? Are you willing to, if anybody wants to volunteer to work at the pro shop?
Yeah. If
Uh,
anybody wants to work at a pro shop voluntarily, you sure
Another-
can if you want to be there.
Another
and open it
opportunity
up.
to volunteer, and you've got the time and you want to, and you can help out the pro shop. Unfortunately, that's where we are right now, and I would appreciate anybody coming forward to letting Ms. Shar know if they're interested in volunteering at the pro shop.
And just the idea behind the hours being reduced is to take that expense to put towards the greens. The greens is really, at the end of the day, what brings people into play. If we don't have good greens, then they're not gonna want to play. And we don't, I mean, the course costs over $1 million to install. We don't want it to go away. And there are golfers and there are not golfers. There are people that hunt and people that don't hunt. So we all have to be conscientious of what people's likes and dislikes are, but we should appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee reports, airport. Architectural report. Ms. Francis?
Okay. In the past 2 weeks, we've approved 3 permit requests, tabled the permit request until more information is supplied, and tabled a complaint for more information. We extended the time on a violation to give a member more time to address the problems that we've given them the violation on. The member will report to us regularly on the progress being made. And we amended 1 permit. We're staying on top of the violations that have been sent out and we'll be sending follow-up letters in a timely manner. We're working on resolution 9613, passed in 1996, to update it. Once it's updated, it will be read in 3 of our meetings, then presented to the board of directors for approval before filing with the county clerk. We're very happy to announce that Mike Kinney has requested to join our committee as vice president. And we all agree he's a good fit, and we're glad to have him. I hope the board will approve his appointment today. Thank you.
Anybody but make a motion? Make a motion to have Mr. Keddy be on part of the architecture committee?
Do I make the
No,
motion?
I'm just looking at you.
I'll make a motion for Mr. Katie to be vice president of the architectural committee.
I'll second it.
All in favor? Got him.
Thank you.
Golf committee? They sent a letter. Ms. Sharon, do you want to read it? From the golf committee?
See anything? The golf committee.
Microphone.
The golf committee has made a significant contribution to the upkeep of our golf course. The committee paid $3,000 for a sprayer and $350 for grass on the tee boxes. We are fortunate to have the only 18-hole course for miles around. We appreciate all the volunteers who have contributed time and money towards the upkeep of this valuable asset. We ask that all who are playing in the seat stay hydrated, play early, and enjoy. Respectfully submitted, Katie Brown.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Reservation?
This month, we moved our regular meeting to meet with Aaron Mendias this morning before the board meeting. And he showed us in detail the difficulties that the motel is having and talked about solutions to those, so which was going to be very, very helpful to us. He's also spoken with Charlene in depth about that, so we'll start moving forward in whatever way we can ask legal.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Constance.
Thank you.
I want to answer that.
Go ahead.
Just for clarity, specifically, I went over both with Charlene and Reservation this morning, the engineer's report, and just broke it down and walked the build, well, showed them examples of what's going on so that we were just clear where we stand.
Thank you, sir. Recycling, Ms. Elena McBride.
Yes.
Go on down.
Good morning. We're probably gonna ship, either the end of May or the beginning of June, so that's great. We've got at least 21 bales plus at least 20 boxes full. So that's great. But we desperately need people. We lost, I guess, 3 people. Winter Texans are gone. And so I need three people every single week. So, you know, 2 hours a month. I'm sorry, my allergies are just crazy. I need 3 people a week, and you work 2 hours a month. So it's really not a big deal. But help people. And then we're gonna be bailing Tuesday at 9 o'clock. And we need probably 1 or 2 men to be backups for the 2 guys that have been doing it. And so it's just been, you know, backaches, lots of trouble, but we're doing it. And so we really need a backup plan if one of these 2 guys gets sick. And we don't bail every week. It might be once every 3 weeks. So it's not that much. But when, you know, when one guy is sick, we need somebody else.
Ms. Cavender, is there any possibility that we could help pinch it when?
I can talk to my men.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that might be your backup right there, but just, we may get 3 volunteers today, I don't know.
yeah. If I could talk to Philip.
I'll talk to Philip. He's
Yeah,
got a soft heart.
All money's
Let
from the
him
recycle
go
center
down.
come right back into Fort Clark Springs.
that's right.
So it's important we keep it
Yeah,
doing what we need to do out there.
yeah. So anyway, if anybody is, please be blow my nose into the microphone. Uh, if anybody wants to work 2 hours a month, talk to me.
Thank you so much. Ms. Elena, real quick question. You got any more money's coming, grant money on the back burner there? Maybe.
I'm only good for grant writing. No,
Mayor,
no, since I got the forklift, I really don't need any income money. You know, I just need people.
well, if something comes up, let us sure know. Thank you so much.
Right.
Community council, Ms. Martin, and you're fine there.
Right here?
Yes, you're fine.
Thank you.
So much.
Can I take the mic?
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
That's what I did.
Committee Council, Mr. Richard Moore is out of the office, or I'm still working today, so I need to ask me to read his report. The pickleball project is currently in the designing phase with funding from multiple sources.
There we go.
Unfinished business, we have adult center development that's ongoing. Under new business, we have upcoming events and fundraisers. We have our spring raffle, which is ending May 31st. Reminder to everyone to please participate. Stables restoration, the fundraising plans are underway with Mrs. O'Brien, supported by the Community Council and the Presidential Committee. Annual scheduling meeting, we're planning a meeting on July 17th. They've asked me to lead it to organize the clubs and all the different committees to try to coordinate event dates and times. We've had conflicts, and there are set events that we would like to maintain. Ms. Nava from Fort Clark was invited to assist. We are going to focus on preserving traditions, supporting special events, and strengthening community networking, which is always helpful. Community council updates. Director position is open. We have a nominee, Ms. Alicia Christian, election at our next meeting. We have some volunteer roles are also. Community projects, pickleball courts, as you mentioned, Charlena. It's in the design phase and it's very successful. Future basketball and tennis courts is in the planning phase. We are evaluating the opening of the adult center pool hall that is being managed by Mr. Moore and Mrs. Bitter. Involvement with other clubs and organizations, we continue to try to coordinate and find a way to work together. And we have the AED initiative, which you're all aware of. Our community concerns continue. The loose dogs. We ask people to use the ARC forms to report violations and please include images. And finally, the contractors are a problem. We see that we ask that they are vetted quickly, which I know you're already doing. Inform them that soliciting is prohibited. And we ask the members and people to report unprofessional behavior to the Fort Clark Administration Department, which are leading to getting more calls, and report illegal activity to Kinney County Sheriff's Office for applicable. That's what the. Any questions?
No, ma'am. Thank you very much. Appreciate all your all's efforts. I did notice there was a little movement at the adult center, and I talked to Ms. Francis. It seems like we're gonna have something again nice there. Thank you very much for your efforts. There were no email votes. Old business, old and unfinished business, and just another reminder regarding that hopefully we can have the budget by August. We are pursuing, trying to see if we can get a better rates on the insurance. That's in the, I keep putting this on our schedule so that we will not let it go by. That's the whole point of this. And HOA fees will be addressed hopefully by the August meeting. I know the CPI, we have to get the CPI from June. Whatever the CPI is in June will determine if how much the rate increase might be. Questions on that? Anybody? Board? Renovation of motel, it's been talked about a little bit. Do you want to add any more, Mr. Aaron? Sure.
Hello. So, in addition to reviewing the engineer's letter, the next steps from it, as we discussed, are how to address the issues. It's not a defined scope yet, which is needed for a bid, because there are factors in how we design the solution that affect the price, whether it's a custom solution that is more historically accurate versus a off-the-shelf Home Depot solution that everyone needs. Um, for real, it is, it's like that. So it's not, it is in process. It's in preservation's hands. And the next steps are getting a definition of what they want to be historically accurate, and then also what the engineers want to bring the building to safety. That's pretty much it.
Thank you, sir. Any
But
I just
directors?
want to know, are both upstairs closed off?
correct.
Yeah.
For now. Yes, sir.
Are you gonna look at the other for rent venues on the board? See if there's issues.
So I started this process prior to being a board member, and I am also the liaison to the preservation committee. So I have said I would check out anything that I'm asked to do. However, we have 42 storage structures, and it's going to be a process for all of them. So part of it is the evaluation and priority, which motel takes the top right now for money reasons.
I was just thinking about the ones that we rent out.
Right.
Don't go that liability. It's service bill.
Right, and that includes the stables as well. Linda. So this is, it's a hot topic of discussion a lot between meetings. So we are addressing and evaluating, and as I've said, I've told Linda that I would be happy to go check out a new building. Now I want to say though, I do have a bill from the engineer for their visit. It was basically charity work. They only charge us for 1 hour of work.
Charity is zero.
This was
I'm just
thousands of
kidding. I'm just
dollars
kidding. I'm
worth
just
of work.
kidding.
Yeah. So we have a bill, and I'm not sure if that goes to preservation, I think, or the port. But anyway, I'll get that to people. What happened with the motel can likely happen with other buildings whereas even when it was brand new, or converted to a motel, I should say, it was not even at the time it was constructed compliant. So this is brought aside. It was dangerous from day one. So for motel, I'll use the motel as a very specific instance. It was not designed as a motel. It was designed as barracks, as we all know. So the main egress was not doors throughout the entire second floor. It was an internal stair and a main exit door below on the ground level. And by converting it to a motel, you get to the scenario of egress, which if there's a fire and everyone has to load the balcony, like everyone unloads the rooms at the same time, even if it were perfect shape, not rotting, it's a real danger. So that kind of mentality also applies to other buildings being repurposed. When you repurpose them, you have to consider the type of loads you're putting on the structure that it was not designed to do from the get-go.
And I would like to share. The buildings that we rent out for venues though are 1 floor buildings. Where if I'm, thinking logically, top floor is the one that was the most concerning because of the way the motel was built. Where the NCO club was just flat floor. So I'm not saying I'm an engineer. I'm not saying that I don't think there could be problems with it, but I don't foresee right now any safety issues because it is 1 floor. And on this, as well as the commissary. Please interject if you'd like to, because those are the only ones that we normally rent out. And we also rent out the bottom of the floor too. Now, we did once on the top. That might be something to look at, but just my point of view.
I'm not gonna make a comment on structures I haven't taken a look at, but I would like Constance as the preservation to speak about this.
Dickman Hall has just, yeah, I know you did boys.
Constance, since you're coming up also, it's my understanding the preservation was gonna fix the door at the NCO club, and that thing's a disaster right now. Is there anything in the works on that?
Yes, we're getting bids on that now.
Okay, thank you.
And it is a process, which is, anyway, we do have a task force within the preservation committee that goes out and examines and checks the buildings that we're responsible for. We've just finished Dickman Hall on the outside. We reported that to you. It is completely done on the outside, which is what we are responsible for and not the interior. I had a book club meeting at Dickman Hall on Tuesday night. Last Tuesday night, we had rain. And I saw rain coming in from the side door that faces the administration building. So we'll be looking into that. But anyway, so our task force does go around and look at the buildings. And we, obviously the service club is on our radar. We've sent you reports about that need to be repaired. We need to do that. And if we had $1 zillion, perhaps we could figure this all out and do it all at the same time.
I understand. I want to do a quick call out regarding this. We have a lot of professional people here on the board. He's the lead on this right now, but if people have professional backgrounds in construction, specifically engineering and architectural, and you'd like to volunteer your time, we would very much like you to step forward and talk to Ms. Cavender about that, number one. And if you don't have those type of skills, but you've been blessed with a very good bank account, Ms. Cavender will take donations at any time, and we will be more than happy to acknowledge that. So you don't actually have to have the skills, but if you have a little bit of extra money, let's get it on down to Ms. Cavender as donation. Thank you so much.
And this is one of the reasons that I think we really do need to look into and make the reserve study happen. We need to know overall, all the assets and buildings we have, what state they're in, and then we can make intelligent choices on which ones to proceed with, what grant money we can get, and other things like this. If we go around whack-a-mole, every single problem, putting out fires as they come on, that is not the way to do a business, and it's not the way to make smart choices. So I think we certainly need to look into that and maybe put it on the next agenda and find out if we can get a grant to cover that, or we can use that to get grants to cover a lot of these things. And that is the way of the future. That is the only way we're going to sustain this place, is to have real data about the state of all of our assets.
I do believe,
Thank you,
Jason,
Jason.
I do believe the board did talk about this not that long ago and everybody was in agreement with that.
We have been in agreement on doing it. So we actually need to push forward and not let things drop to the side like,
Right.
like something else is on fire. We got to run over here. And then that's never talked about again. That's what I'm saying.
Next item, hold on.
Since the preferred nomenclature for the service club seems to be the NCO club, should we not change the sign out front to the service club? So when people come to visit, when I send it, they ask for directions, I understand.
It was historically known as the service club. I believe so.
I normally call it service/NCO club because people refer to it in both terms.
Should we change the sign to service/NCO?
It's something we'll take into consideration. Thank you very much for acknowledging that. Next up, Ms. Linda O'Brien on the follow-up on the FCF on the horse stables.
Can I do it from here?
No, I would prefer you come up. Ladies and gentlemen, we prefer you come up to the mic. We're streaming, and the membership would like to hear everyone's opinion. It's very important. I want to hear everyone's opinion. I want to be clear on the record.
I'm going to recommend we get a couple more of these wireless mics, and then you guys can pass them around and talk from your seat. You don't necessarily have to come up. We just have to get you into the sound system so people on TV land can hear.
Thank you, Linda.
Hopefully this comes out right. I kind of did it this morning at 5 minutes.
I got you.
We're working on funding, and that's the major issue at this point. I don't think Aaron, you've not been over there, and if you want to go over there, I'd like you to go over there because you know your stuff. But we have a quote, and I'd be interested in if you think what we're interested in doing would fit the bill, because you're knowledgeable about this. So, unless I misunderstood, the board has offered $8,500 towards,
We haven't offered that. But
okay, well,
The board or Ms. Cavender?
no, I have spoken twice with Mr.
Okay.
Riley.
I have publicly, well, privately told you and publicly said in the last meeting that I would be for some combination of all three parties
No,
coming
no, I
together, and that
understand.
as a board member, would be in favor of giving you the $8,500.
Okay, well, so let's go on the premise that you have suggested that that might be something the board would entertain.
We have to entertain.
Okay. So, I don't know, if that number comes to pass, I'm short about $3,700. So, Adam and I started the process of doing a GoFundMe, and it's almost done. We realized that we did not have access to a 501c3, and Frances and her group has offered and put together a project proposal. She's making it all official. I mean, I'm just running around trying to get money to work. So we have that, which I can share with you. They've offered $1,000, or at least I think that's what she said to me this morning. They've offered another 1,000, so that would be 9,500. And I think she has challenged, I think is the correct term, the preservation group to donate $1,000 as well. So now we're down to a small amount of money, about 1,600 short. And Charlene and I have talked about options, which you guys may be discussing later. We don't want to do that right now, on how we might generate a bit more to pay that difference off in a year. So what I'm looking to you is to come up with an answer that tells me yes or no, that we can proceed with the quote, because MK Builders would like to start around the 1st of June or July, somewhere in
Is
there.
that the only bid you got?
At this point in time, yes. I believe you had a bid at one point, didn't you, Charlene? Didn't you have somebody come in and give you
They
a quote?
came and looked at it, but they never officially gave me one because their people disbanded. They were gonna work on the motel, but they lost their people.
Okay, I had heard that there was a bid that was quite a bit more. But it is the only one I have at this point. He's willing to do it, and I think it's reasonable. It's not an outrageous number. Not for, if you haven't seen it, you should come and see it.
I believe you.
Okay, I mean, this is not, it's nothing.
You're there every day, Linda. I know you're
Yeah,
on it.
well, yeah. So then we thought, well, I think it was Adam's idea, not mine. Let's apply for a GoFundMe, which is what we've done. We needed a 501c3 again. Mrs. Bitters jumps in and helps us with that, fills out the paperwork, and I think we just need to update the page and start it. And this is Texas, and there's a lot of people in Texas who love historic stuff. We might just be able to generate enough to cover the difference, or a whole lot more to cover it up.
Then a real quick question, are the people that are using stables willing to contribute maybe $500 a piece?
No. I don't.
Have they been asked?
What we talked about,
I am.
and I, is if we want to get it fixed, we're gonna have to increase the rent. And that's how we're gonna do
Now,
it.
Sharon told me in a conversation last week at some point that she did some research on this, calling around. So you wanna enlighten them on that?
I think we need to start looking at the market research, what we're charging for rents. In the state of Texas, if you want to look at overall market research on the stables, as what people are paying, would be between $100 and $200 a month. 100 with what we have here. And I think we're not doing our market research on what other people are charging, and we need to bring our costs up. I know we can't keep giving away stuff. We really need to look at market research.
Right, well, I've researched And so since I've gotten here, all of our rentals have been raised, but you can't raise them from 30 to 100 just like that. You have to do it in incremental because people may not have the funds to do that. And all of a sudden you're raising it.
That's
So
what, that's,
anyway, we talked about it, and if we do it, we would raise it. We raised it from $30, I believe, to 55,
35 to 55.
and now we're gonna raise it to 85. And then the year after, then we'll raise it to 100.
Okay,
But we also have to look at the state it's in. People are paying $100 to $200. What kind of state is that in?
all I know is there's a new couple coming in with
Right.
horses.
Or children. Yeah.
From Del Rio, where
Yeah.
they live in Del Rio?
Yeah.
Okay, they bought the big house across the street from, thank you.
Yes, there you go.
So. So,
That's some help with that.
so, she told me, I didn't ask her what the rent was, because that wasn't the topic of discussion. But she told me the condition of their barn makes this look like the Taj Mahal.
Really?
I don't know what they're paying, but I could ask. But my point is, I understand people have to pay their bills and that we all have to figure out what works for us and what doesn't. But if you're gonna own a horse and when I came here, they were charging $5 a month. I mean, my God, that doesn't even cover the water bill.
No.
You know what I'm saying? So, and I just think you need to sort of, if you wanted to raise it to 85, this is your decision, you're the lady in charge, fine. But with the caveat that next year, at such and such a date, you pick a date, it will go up to 100 with no discussion.
And that's what we talked about.
Okay,
I don't.
that's up to you guys as the board.
Yeah.
What? Is what computer? I don't know. So, if
What was the question?
I will offer again, if any of you want to come, because you haven't come, you understand what I'm talking about.
What was the question?
Was there a question over here?
No. Yeah, what do you,
I'm trying to make sure they are still standing in 10 years. That's about the bottom line. It's that simple.
Renovation.
It's like you want to replace posts, headers, like we're not trying to be ugly, we're
The
just trying
ends
to
of
run an idea.
the joists, is that what they're called? The entire length of the building are rotted. He's gonna come in, he's
the covered part of stuff.
not gonna take the roof off, he's gonna take a joist at a time off, replace it, and then move down the entire length of the barn. There are stalls, but the wood is virtually gone. They gotta be ripped out and replaced. That's longer.
Linda, if for further details, we can talk about that on break, but Mr. Wang has something to say about it.
Yeah, Linda, I just wanted to say one thing. When you and I had a conversation, and I'm really happy that it sounds like you and Adam and all are working together. And that was my point in our conversation, was that as the director, I'm all for helping, but I think that because it's not necessarily because it's such a small group of people that are in the stables, but there needs to be some self-governance and some awareness that you are underpaying. And then to come to the board, and this is what you and I discussed, to come to the board and say, hey, look, we understand we're underpaying. We're willing to pay more, and we're asking for your help, and we're asking for preservation's help, and you're doing that. You're working with these other parties and a GoFundMe account to do that. So that was the point of our conversation. As one board member, obviously I can't sign any checks, but my goal in our conversation was to make sure that everybody's trying to work together to get this problem solved.
Okay, so the only little bit of information you need to know is we had a bid last year about December, and we just kind of nothing with it, and it went up almost $2,000. The longer we wait, the more it's going to, or has the potential to go up. I mean, you know more about that than I do.
So, yeah, I'd be happy to take a look today after executive session. I don't otherwise want to comment on the stable specifically, but I do want to say that I cannot find in our P&L statement the stable's profit or loss or expenses.
Somebody's
Daryl right here, and we were at a loss when I first got here because they were only getting $30 an hour, and on the new contract that I made, and I can show it to you. I broke out what we pay in utilities, what we pay to remove manure, what we pay to add sand, and how much it cost us, because we do the labor for that. We were losing money and it was coming out of our pockets. When I raised it to 55, it actually made it zero. They didn't make money, we didn't make money. It made it now that we weren't losing money.
So how are these transactions coded with QuickBooks that they're not on the P and L? Are they just lumped into other random things? Do we have the list of the electric bill and other things they're doing in there, plus the stable income, so you can see every month,
yeah.
year to date, how much they're getting or not? Because
So this is just a comment, but this isn't about the stables. This becomes a bigger discussion. Just that's what we're running into. But I think I'll take a look at the stables for you. We haven't. There's not a decision to be made at this point. I will review it with you. I'll take a look. I'll go over the bid. But it sounds to me part of what we're talking about is like the pickleball court, raising funds separate from from the preservation fund for repairing historic structures, which is a little different than an expense of the fort. So
Well,
that's
it's become that.
right.
In the past, it was not. I mean, when I was president of the reservation about 6 years ago, I put $8,000 into the commissary. I mean, that wasn't an issue then. It would be now.
Right. I mean, I understand.
Things are changing, they're evolving, people are coming to decisions in a different format. But that's fine. I understand that. But nevertheless, the building is not going to stand up forever.
I understand. I'm going. No, I'm going to take a look today.
Yeah,
with
that's
you.
fine.
I'll take a look today.
So that's all I have to say. You have more to think about.
Thank you, Linda. Appreciate it. Last comment on.
I just have one comment
Go ahead.
also. It's my understanding that the rot that they're talking about is from termite damage.
No,
No,
Is it
it's not. No, it's from
Okay.
water.
It's water damage. Okay,
Yes.
because I know the fort quit doing the termite and that might be.
that's not true either.
We
That
did
is
not
not true.
quit doing that.
Okay.
It's under
Th-
warranty.
Those are things that I needed to clarify.
Okay, yeah, no, it's
So-
under warranty. It's been looked at multiple times. There's still traps out there, but it's water damage that
Okay.
Linda and I have talked about that got infiltrated
Years
through there.
Okay. Like I said, I was just trying to clarify
No, that's
whether or
that's
not we need to
fair.
put on there that we need to have it inspect. If we do all this work to make sure that we don't have any more termites, I don't know, there's probably yearly inspection or something like
Yes.
that that the board needs to look into.
Yes, there is, it's under warranty. So I have all that.
Inspected twice in the past, 45 days. We don't have termites.
Yeah.
It needs to be done again.
Go ahead, Francis.
I just wanted to clarify, I told Linda that I would like for community council to give $1,000. We have not voted on that yet, but we will be making some.
It's under consideration.
Under consideration. I also just said to preservation that I was sure they would be interested in donating some money, not that they would give $1,000 also. I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you very much. All right. This is the last comment on this. Go ahead, sir.
How many horses?
I can't hear you.
How many horses do you have at your house?
I know we have 6 with 2 more coming in.
How many?
6 with 2 more coming in.
You can go to the electric company to get some of their old posts that they carry, to build those corn posts for those. They'll give them to you.
Philip's going to use those to fix the fencing along.
We're going to move on to the next item. Mr. Andres Madera is here to present the things he's doing for the Ford. He's an employee of the Ford. Let's all welcome him, please.
Thank you. Good morning to the board and to the citizens of Fort Park. My name is Andres Valverde for the record, and I just wanted to present some of the things that we are working on as of right now. We have an overview of a lot of things that we are wanting to be partnership with, and so one of them is Beyond the Decor, which Charlene had already mentioned. We are going to be in San Antonio tomorrow, and with that, we're going to be presenting our new project for our venues. So we have brought them on the board to be able to show them everywhere, and they love the place. They really think that This is a magical place, as we all know, and for some of us, we're fortunate enough to live in. And so they're wanting to partner up with us to be able to take care of all events that are 100 plus. And I just want to make that clear because I know that a lot of times we do have small events and gatherings at different locations in on our different venues. And so with that, that won't change. They will only be taking care of big weddings, big quinceañeras, sweet 16s, and so on and so forth. And so that's what they'll be taking care of. We will be raising the price on this venue. And the reason is because we are going to be given an experience, and we're going to be packaging different locations. As of right now, the way that people do it is that they only have one location that they rent to be able to put their event together. They Beyond the Core, which has had experience in this for quite a while, and you're welcome to look them up on Instagram or Facebook. They do have 3 locations, 2 in Del Rio and 1 in San Antonio, which will be able to expand our broad away, far away from just the fort and to bring outsiders into our venues. And so moving on from that, we are also going to partner up with Crown's Power Sports in Del Rio and Willis Golf Carts. The plan with them is that we're going to be offering limited amount of cards to all the people who are going to purchase golf carts from them. That will give us the ability to be inside of their locations. So all the traffic that is going through those places and stores, they'll be able to be exposed to our logo and our different types of amenities that we offer here on the fort. So that is one thing that we're wanting to that is already solid and going on. Another thing is, yes. I believe that having the ability to have different sources of news is important on the fort and all around Brackettville. And so I have spoken to 3 different news papers that are from either Eagle Pass or also from Del Rio. One of which you already have access to on the administrative office and at the pro shop. You are able to walk up and grab one of their newspapers. They're absolutely free. So all of these 3 different ones will be free. And I'm getting date set for Texas Times. They have agreed, but we're still going to have a meeting to find the logistics on it. And Eagle Pass Del Rio News is a little bit more of a broad newspaper that gives more information from Del Rio here and so on and so forth. And we're also going to plan to advertise our fort on those newspapers for people to have access to all of those. So they will have boxes at the locations. A3O Times already has their boxes that they will be placing by the end of this month at those different locations, pro shop and here at the administrative office, and they will be located outside. They'll be blue because of their logo, and they will be accessible absolutely free as well. Social medias, I believe social media is a very, very strong place to be able to market the fort. So this social media that we have put together are Facebook and Instagram. As of right now, we only have one that was for members only, which is the place that we tend to communicate most of the things. But Facebook and Instagram, these new platforms that we have put together are different. They are named on Facebook for Clark Springs. There is a lot of different places out there that are putting together their own social medias, but as of right now, the official ones are Fort Clark Springs and Fort Clark Springs official on Instagram. All of our social medias will have the official logo on them, which is the red and white one. Any other social media that is out there is not official. So those are the ones that are going to be used for the public. So those are directed for only marketing. There won't be any news or anything like that on them like we do on the members only one. That the members only ones will have updates and such and so forth, but on those we will only have promotions and so on and so forth, and as well on the Instagram one. On the website presence, we will have a new page. I am currently working on our website and updating it. It's a working process. There's a lot to be done on that. And so as of right now, I'm working on a visit one page, and that way people will be able to be directed to this one. We already have a amenities one where it has like camping and all that. But in this one, we will have it more directed for people to be able to navigate through it and be able to book and all that. We also are working with Buildium, so as of right now, all of the agendas that are being carried on with, we are putting up on Buildium. So all the members that are part of Buildium have access to the agendas and the minutes. They will also be on the website as of right now, but eventually we will be moving forward to just having it on Buildium, which right now you actually have access to any of the past minutes and agendas. Approved. Chamber of Commerce membership. So I believe it's important to have presence in all of our neighboring cities. And that way we are part of the region, not just here in town. So we now have a membership to the Brackettville. So we are meeting with them right now. Del Rio, we already have presence. So we have met with Del Rio and Uvalde. Uvalde is one of the ones that, as of right now, we already have a ribbon cutting, so I do invite everyone who wants to be part of this ribbon cutting to be present on the 20th, which is this upcoming Tuesday at 12 p.m. We'll have a ribbon cutting. That way, we'll have people there for pictures, and they'll be putting them out on their social medias. And the mayor's coming, so the mayor's coming to have pictures with us, and I invite all the board and all of the citizens to be present. The more the merrier, they say. And then we do have a new billboard campaign going on. So we have a new billboard being put up on Highway 90. That will be put up by the end of this month with a new design on it that showcases all of our different things that we offer here on the fort in a more festive kind of way. And so you're welcome to ask me and have a meeting with me to be on see beforehand, but that will be up and running by the end of this.
Question
Yes, sir.
regarding the highway sign.
Yes.
When is it gonna be up until you pay for you?
Yes, so the will be up for
Okay. Ms. Shaw, are we still paying for that magazine? The magazine for ten world or something like that? We were in a magazine for RVers. Remember that? Are we still doing that?
We paid for it last year, so it hasn't come
Or we're still doing
renewed
that
yet.
as part of the marketing? What's the name?
Campers World, I
Campers World?
believe, yeah, I believe so.
Okay, thank you very much. Are you aware of that? That we have a magazine?
I think it's Sam's. I'll show it to you. I have it.
Sam's, correct.
Yeah.
and it's only been close to a month, so we're ironing everything out.
Of course.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Andres.
As far as marketing, are we doing anything with Texas highways to get outside of Uvalde, Eagle Pass and
Where when Cassie was doing it, go
So
ahead.
yes, I have spoken to Texas Highways and another one, it's called Texas something, I have to recall, I have it on my notes. I didn't put that in there because we're still on talk, but we are talking, I have been in contact with Pecos, because we're part of Pecos. And so that we are on their website and we are active as of right now on their website. So if anybody looks us up. Another thing that I didn't go over is that we took ownership over Trips Advisor. And so we have updated information on Trips Advisor, which is a big deal out there whenever people are looking us up. They don't just sometimes they're not on our website, they're just on Google and they look us up. So the TripAdvisor is up to date with all of our working hours and we're actually on 4.5. So that's good.
with Texas highways? They are open to us doing an article, if we would submit an article to them to see if we could get some write-up into Texas highways from the board and probably get a better deal on advertising with them if we could get that article in there.
Yeah, definitely. So we are in talks with them. We're wanting to see how we can go strategically about it. So we can, that way people can have us on that magazine and on their website as well.
Thank you. All right, next item. Time limits, constraints, and decorum in board meetings. This is Mr. Mendia's request to have a discussion about this. Go ahead.
I want to emphasize part of this is a discussion. So I want feedback from everyone. And really the goal is to keep just keep the meeting moving efficiently. And also give everyone a chance to speak, because I know sometimes I see people trying, waving their arm, and by the time 10 other people have spoken, they've run out of gas. So that is, I'm aware that in the past there have been time limits on speaking, and this to me is for discussion items, not necessarily reports, which can be long at times. So I'm just saying, hey, maybe we should explore that just so we can keep streamlined and allow everyone to participate. I know I would do better speaking if I had a timer in front of me keeping me on track, because I use too many words sometimes. So so that's open to what people think might be an appropriate time limit if we do want to adopt it. So that's discussion among us and everybody else. And then decorum, I'm aware we've come a long way from years past where things were rowdier than they are currently. However, I think we also would move forward with a more efficiently and with less trouble if we would adhere to what is normal for Robert's rules. And I understand we loosely follow Robert's rules, but this stuff is to me kind of simple, and I think everyone would agree why we would do it, and how it would avoid inflammatory reactions. So I have a list, and I would start with avoiding addressing individuals, instead address topics, because we're not here to confront members, board members. We are here to resolve issues. Speaking through the chair. So again, similar. I'm not going to point at this person, name their name. I'm going to talk to the chair and say, Chair, I respectfully disagree with the statement about blah blah. One speaker at a time. We're pretty good at that, but sometimes there's a little back and forth. That's understandable. Again, avoiding personal attacks or inflammatory language. Same thing. We're here to make decisions and keep our community together, and we are all in this community together, whether we like each other or not. We're on the same team, all of us. Staying on topic. I'm pretty bad about this myself, so I would expect point of order to be called on me for sidetracking, because our time matters, and also getting decisions made and not having things, unfinished business not get addressed, or things not make the list because we're circling the loops here. Similar use of titles, roles, not names. Again, it's reinforcing that, Mr. President, I respectfully request a minute to talk about minutes. I don't really need that. Respect time limits. Again, if we decide on time limits, it's to keep you on track. We can decide what that time is. We can agree or disagree, or if everyone says no, then we just won't do it. I just think it would keep us on track. As I said, our distinguished president, we may disagree, but we stay professional when we disagree, and it's not attacked, and we come together, we vote, we take action. That's all there is to it. Side conversations, same thing. Let's try to stay on the topic of the stables when we're talking about the stables. I went off topic myself and talked about our P&L. That's an example of how I am regularly breaking decorum. I want people to keep me on track. Okay? That's it. So, well, now for open discussion.
Amongst the directors first.
Directors first, so we can narrow down what we think might be appropriate or not, and then member comment if that's all right with everybody.
No problem. Directors.
I think the normal time. Sorry. I would say, as far as the comments, they should be held to 2 or 3 minutes. 2 minutes is preferable. And that we should only allow out of our meeting time, maybe 30 minutes with comments, and then we need to move on. They can be on the next meeting or whatever. I would like them to continue being on the minutes and on the agenda at every meeting, because it's very important for our members to be able to speak up. And when we get our Zoom set up, if you're not living on the board, you're on vacation or you're wherever you are, you'll be able to Zoom in if you have a comment that will be on the agenda. We need to stick with the agenda. So if it's a comment you want to make, it's not on the agenda, then contact one of the board members and just say, I'd like this on the next agenda. But member input is very important. Y'all pay your assessments. You have a right to say what goes on in the board and what doesn't go on in the board. And it needs to stay respectful, as he was saying about the decorum. We're not going to be calling individuals' names out. That's what I'd like to see, that it stays on the agenda, the comments, that they're around 2 minutes and with no more than 30 minutes dedicated to comments, so we can move on down the line. Those are my suggestions.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I'll say a few things. I'd like to point out that the board sacrifices more time than anybody to be at these meetings. We have to prepare the prior. We have to take into consideration things after. And I, for one, am willing to make that sacrifice. And from day one, that's what I have preached to this membership. And I am not for time limits in any shape or fashion. The reason being is because in 2 years of doing this, approximately 35 meetings, somewhere in that ballpark, we've never had a problem with members going too long. And there have been a couple of times, maybe last meeting, where members have spoken at length about things. But I think that's good. I think that's because they are passionate about something. And to be clear, it hasn't always been in one board member's favor or another. It's your opinion. So I'm not for time limits. I do have a comment to make about the right to say what goes on in the board. You know, before getting on the board, we are a governance board. You elect us to govern the association. And while these public meetings are not for the members, they're for the board to have quorum so that we can get together and make decisions. And I think it's very important for the members to be here and to voice your opinion. But those opinions are just to take into consideration. You do not have a say in governing the association. You have a vote. You get to vote for who you want to be on the board. So I think there's some confusion in how the system actually works. That's not to take away anybody's input, and nobody that at this board or the previous one, and probably before that, has ever taken away from anybody's opinion that they have in this association. But we are not an advisory board. We are a governance board. Your power lies in who you vote into this office. And so I just want to kind of make that clear. But I'm not for time limits. I want to hear everybody's opinion and what you have to say. And I'm willing to sit here. And you know what? I have 2 small children. I have a lot of things going on, probably more so as far as my family relationships than anybody sitting up here. And I am willing to sacrifice 6 or 7 hours a day on this one day a month to be here and listen to your opinions.
Just asking you. I got something to say, but I'm gonna let everybody
I'll
go.
let y'all speak first.
Go ahead, man.
I want to add,
Yes.
in accordance with loose Robert's rules, as opposed to direct, when I say time limits, I'm not excluding time extensions as well. If there's a reasonable conversation that needs more time to be explained, I'm for that. So it's not an absolute time limit. This keeps us on track and keeps us succinct. That's what I'm offering here. And again, it's subject to, everyone wants to give so and so more time or whatever, or not everyone, the board, then I'm open to that. So it's not super strict. It's a little flexible.
I'm going to add, I'm also not in agreement with the time limits. I've been observing these meetings for 20 years. I'm sure there's just a handful of people here that would remember the day when there was a president that sat up here with an egg timer and they would turn it on. And let's say Bob came up and started talking. As soon as that egg timer went off, they tell him to sit down. I'm not going to operate that way. I never have operated that way. I understand the importance of the membership having an opinion and a voice. I'm very clear on that. There was a time I was a rabble rouser on that side of the table. So, right, Ms. Henry? So, not for. We have to be reasonable. I think the key word here is reasonable. If it's 2 minutes, great. If it's 3 minutes, okay. If it's 4 minutes, it's okay. If we're on 15 minutes and we're off topic, it's not good. It's definitely not good. Another word I've been hearing, and it disappoints me because I know most of you all. I know some of you all very well. And it disappoints me when I hear about people feeling, oh, this is not a safe space. Oh, they're going to be shamed. Oh, they're going to be embarrassed. You know, if, hello? Yeah. I'm kind of saddened by that because I have a lot of respect for y'all folks. Y'all come up here and you got something to say. I'm listening. I'm paying attention. And no one's going to be shamed. No one's going to be disrespected. But, you know, if Bob Hendricks stands up there and calls me a short son of a gun, I'm going to chime back and say, I'm just short. I'm not a son of a gun. So I have some say so as well. I'm not a white pine in the corner. And I'm not going to allow someone to, in my opinion, I am not going to allow someone to disrespect me or say something that is not correct. I don't say that about anybody else, and I wouldn't do that to anybody else. Thank you.
Well, what do you guys think about this? Do you have some public comments that may go under 30 minutes each? Just joking.
Can I have a raise of hands who remembers the egg timer? Okay, well, then you all know what I'm talking about. Yes, sir. Come on up, Mr. Bennett. Please come on up if y'all got. We really want your all's input. It is a serious matter.
Thank you, Curtis Bennett.
Egg timer on.
Not a problem. I only have 3 main points and 37. Full joke. It's a balance. And I think that part of it is that the board itself needs to self-control and run things through the chair rather than just calling for public comments or asking people's opinions out here. I do think that the members themselves need to be reminded that we don't run the fort. We elect those who run the fort. I'm in agreement with Director Wiley on that. Or Vice President Wiley, whatever they're both accurate, I suppose. Is that it's you guys run it, we voted for you. It's nice to be able to have people come up and give comments. But if it's always the same kind of, you're not doing this right, and what we need to be doing is I've got a 37-step plan, and if you're not listening to me, I'm going to complain in public. That's not helpful. So I think that we need to, as members, allow you all to do your job, but you all need to police each other, and you also need to police the crowd. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Ms. Alicia.
Hi, Alicia Christian. One thing that I think is a lot of the stuff that comes up to the board for discussion probably should go through, we need to get back to community council. And if you all support, which is I don't think happening, community council, then that can be, and people don't go to those meetings, but we need to reinstate what the value is of the community council, which is a place for people to go. I don't know about time limits, but I think sometimes people do go on and on and on because we are passionate about it. I think some of you all go on and on and on also. We know how to do that. That's what we do. But I think that would solve a lot of the problems that are coming up to the microphone at every meeting. They really need to be going someplace else. That may help curb some of the pressure that occurs in here and some of the, like, we can't talk about everything. We just can't.
Absolutely.
Ding. Thank you.
Oh. Jim, you'll be next, Jim. Jim, you'll be next.
So, I'm glad that y'all are talking about this and that we're gonna address all these issues, but Mr. Guzman, you've said that you want people to stand up, and if someone said something to you or said something about you, that you would address them. I believe I have addressed the board, and I haven't seen that on here, and it's not on the agenda.
Can you clarify or specify what
Do
you're
you
talking
not
about?
have a complaint letter from me?
Yes, and it's for the member concerns.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, we're gonna move that to the last of the list. But it's gonna be addressed, I promise you.
I like the smirk on your face.
Yes,
I hope that-
well, you can interpret.
When is that?
It's getting, members concerns going to the bottom.
That's probably different than what was posted, so that's not on.
It was posted, it's a, that's
The one that's
okay.
back here, it's not, does not have that.
Member concerns is number 3, but it's going to number 9.
It says in executive session.
No, there's member concerns.
right one.
No, I know, that's why I'm asking the question. It's like, no, I'm fine.
Yes, it's your-
No, we're
it's your-
wrong.
It becomes 9:90.
Jim, come on up, Jim, come on down.
So excuse the shades, I had eyes on you.
Ooh, that's painful.
Can you see us?
Working on.
Excuse me, there's someone speaking. Excuse me.
I was counting up, I've been here 6 years. In that time, there have been 6 people managing the fort, between the managers, the board members running up, the managers. In that 6 years, this is the first time that I've had this report sent to me voluntarily. Not sure. Email by,
Mr. Ray, Mr. Ray, is this part of what we're talking about?
Yeah.
I know that it's a financial issue.
Yep.
Is it part of wanting to be heard or?
yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Exactly. So I want to thank Charlene for doing and sending this to me. I took it and I cleaned it up the way I think it needs to look. I emailed it to all of you so you can see it. This is, in my opinion, the most important report that the report can generate. It's been a long time coming.
Should we give Charlene a round of applause?
Charlene has given out more information to members than I've seen
Yes.
since I've been on the board in the last month. And I
Absolutely.
very much commend her on that, and it doesn't necessarily bring more questions, it brings more clarity and more transparency, and I'm glad you have that in your hand. Thank you.
Right. I'm glad you brought it.
Margaritas.
Because it looks like you're
It's
trying
always
to hide things. When you.
Right.
Skipping margaritas, okay, going back to 2023. Did $103,000, 2024 did $40,000. And then now it looks like we may get back up to the $100,000. I'm wondering if you can go to a comment on what happened in 2024, why the hunt revenue dropped down.
Well, that's
And when I sit, if you can address this when I sit down,
sure.
I'll just give you all the questions and I'll stop.
Point of order, Chair.
We need to stay on topic regarding, I want to give you your time, but we're off topic on that.
This is on the agenda. We will come to this, but we're not here right now. This is number 7, which is now number 6.
Oh, yeah.
Thank
So
you.
come back to that
Come back
next
to it.
race. Okay.
Let's stay on topic, time limits, constraints, and decorum. Ms. Sandy, come on up. Thank you.
We've used the time limits in the past. There was a board that only allowed 1 minute, and only if you praised the board, they shut you down if you said anything else. We allowed 3 on 3 because we were trying to, during the 2020, 3 minutes, 3 members, because our agendas were so large at that time, trying to get through the pandemic, new board members, the whole thing. There's no problem with a time limit. Even state law says that the board does not have to allow members to speak if they prefer that you do. But it's up to the board to set the time limit and who can speak, how many people can speak. So it's entirely up to you. But if you choose not to put a time limit on it, strongly recommend, Mr. President, that you take the stronger step toward controlling the conversation so that they don't get out, because you're the one that controls the meeting and you're very good at it. But we have a tendency to drift away from it, just like just now. So it works for us using time and a limited number of people because it really does keep people on track. You may hate the 8 timer, but when you know you only have 2 minutes to speak, you usually put your point forward. So if not, then you need to take forward, in general, better control of the meetings and stop people when they get off track or call for someone else to move to the next agenda.
Thank you, Ms.
Thanks,
Sandy.
Sandy.
Yes, Ms. Wiley.
First, I want to say I'm thankful for the opportunity to come up and be able to speak to the board on certain matters. I wanted to also support what Alicia was commenting on. I think it was very smart the way that this was structured, with community council being like a go-to place and not helping to filter, because this is more, it's an HOA, but it's so much more. And you guys understand that better than anybody. There's so much to do and you can't get a lot of it done in 1 month. And so when it all gets piled here, that slows progress. And so I don't want to get off topic, but I want to throw out an idea, and that is being able to make community council meetings more accessible, live streaming them, Zooming participation, and those sorts of things. And maybe that would draw more participants there, and that being what it's supposed to be, that first line of communication, and then those things being filtered up to the board so y'all can get more of the higher level administration stuff. But thank you for letting us speak. We really appreciate that.
Thank you. I'm a big proponent of using community council, but ladies and gentlemen, no one can be forced to go to community council meetings or this meeting. People have to want to participate and join and ask and be a participant in those meetings, which are the second Saturday of the month. So I would encourage you all to visit with your community council. Everyone is community council. If you're a member of the board, you're automatically community council. There's no test to take or anything else. You got to show up at the meeting at 10 o'clock the second Saturday of the month, right, Mrs. Francis? Right. So I guess the last thing I want to say is regarding this subject for right now is I know better than, I've been here a long time. I know better than to I know very well to not shut down members of this board. And everyone has their say, everyone has their opinion. We have elections, so people can participate in many ways. So as far as I'm concerned, we kind of refine it. And I'm not sure we're going to take a vote on this, but I definitely would not support putting a time limit on our membership to speak in front of the board.
I think I agree with Sandy that there does need to be a bit more control over it, but not necessarily an egg timer. But much more control
Yeah.
of the topics and on point and not everybody running off at the mouth with all the, maybe that's harsh way of saying it.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Just like.
So it sounds to me that we're generally agreeing that, okay, we don't necessarily want to limit times, but we all also agree relative to constraint of the quorum that we maintain on point on subject and try to control the meeting in that regard.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, and I also agree with Curtis's point that maybe I should have said, Chairman, shall we take member comments now instead of saying, what do y'all want to talk about? Let's get up here and start talking. But this, board has been run a little bit Wild West, and if you want to say loosely by Robert rules, it's extremely loosely by
Flexible,
Robert
so I
rules,
think the correct word.
flexible version of the modern condensed version of Robert's rules. Let's say.
All right.
May I say one more thing?
You have to, one more thing.
And I did, Alicia Christian yet, I wanted to kind of mention this earlier, I was really embarrassed at the last meeting that I didn't get up and say that I disapproved of the way someone was speaking. I've heard two really not so nice things come from board members about members, and I just don't think we can have that.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, it's
Built-in egg timer you have there. Awesome. Everybody bring their own.
Are we gonna let it fade into the sunset? You want to have motion? What do you want to do, Mr. Director Mendes?
I motion. I don't know that this is a motion, but I motion that we do adhere more to the decorum we all agree on. Like point of order is going to be used to stay on track, but we're not going to limit members' speech at all.
Second.
I agree.
Everyone's in agreement? What's the vote? It's unanimous. All right, we're gonna jump over to board meetings, including a member's
Excuse
Zoom.
me, Chair. Why are we moving member concerns and which number is it going to? And
It's gonna go to 9.
Is that a chairman decision or a board
It
decision?
jumped, Mr. Director Wiley requested it and I approved it and it's going down to the bottom. We're gonna go to
Can we
board.
vote on whether we want to do that or not?
No, it's gonna, I said, board meeting, including
Does
Zoom.
that follow Robert's rules?
We moved it down to the bottom. You requested.
After executive session?
No. It's gonna go after assistant treasurer. So we're gonna do board meetings, including members, Zoom participants on new equipment. Mr. Mendes?
This is a short one. We would have equipment here. Except we're here and things don't get delivered in a timely fashion. So there.
By Amazon.
Even by Amazon. So it similar to opening up community council, broadcast type things, in addition to our live streaming that we do, with the new equipment, which will put a monitor, not quite that size, but substantial up there. We would have the ability to allow members to participate in meetings without being here. I know not everyone can make it here, and this way also would allow people in the comfort of their own home to be a part of the meeting. There would need to be some kind of moderator allowing, muting, unmuting people to speak like we do in person. I'm just suggesting that when we have that capability, we add it to get more member participation. Also, similarly, in the event that a director cannot be here, excuse me, then they could be here. You can see their face really good.
Big brother.
Good job.
So I am just presenting that we open up our meetings to Zoom. That's discussion, but I can make that motion.
Well, they have, people have zoomed in. Obviously, this is a huge upgrade. And I want to commend Ms. Cavender, Jason, and Aaron to have gotten together. They got all the equipment organized. Ms. Cavender saved up for money in purchasing the equipment. What was somebody?
It was $467.98.
Yeah, we're getting a big brand new TV, a bunch of stuff, and
That's the savings, not the ticket item.
yeah. And so we're updating, we're moving on up. It's gonna be a big plus for the board.
I want to say something.
Go ahead.
Savings. There was a question proposed to me in an email. I said I would answer it at the board meeting. So if they're here, hopefully they're here. Why did our credit card expense go up to almost $100,000? Because we've been paying our bills with our Amazon card without a cost of the surcharge. It's our utilities, our bills, and I have been able to save almost $2,000 on Amazon for us to purchase admin, parts, $500 on the equipment, which has made savings because I had this idea. Why do it at home? Well, we spend a lot of money here. Why don't we do it on the Amazon card? Because we use that as a means of purchasing all the time. And I can even show you the rewards that we have saved on that card, which has been amazing for us. So nice to go in the Amazon basket and zero, I don't owe any money because we have rewards. So
Thank you.
just wanted to put it out there.
I'm just like to make a comment on moving, one of our agenda items. I don't have my Robert's Rule of Order book here, but I was in moving an item from, I've known in the past that when a member or a board member suggests to move an item, that we need to take a vote on that, whether we want to move that item or not.
Personally, if it's after assistant treasurer, then I'm okay with that.
Okay, that's okay. I just wanted to stay within the rules, whether we needed a vote or not a vote.
Maybe we
I
do.
know in the past they have had a vote to move an item.
Thank you. Are you gonna make a motion? I mean, no, you're just informing the public regarding
No,
this.
I'm motioning to change, I motion to have our meetings broadcast via Zoom to allow member participation with everyone quick.
Okay,
And we have an account.
Member discussion first though.
let's stay on topic, please.
Brittany Wiley, and not comment, but just questions as far as thinking through. So a question would be, can multiple board members Zoom in at the same time? Will there be limitations? Could somebody just go full virtual and be gone 6 months of the year, Zooming in all the time, or 12 months of the year, Zooming in all the time? Is there any mention on that? I mean, I think there's a presence here where you guys can interact. So, while we have technology, that's great and we can use it, so we have less absence. But I'm curious if there's been any thought onto how that would all work out. Like, we don't want to show up and stare at an empty table, I don't think, if we're here. So
I think his point was more that members be able to participate in the Zoom. Like if you're at home doing something, but you want to have a concern, then we can put you up on the TV potentially, and you can do some member comments, but you weren't able to make it to the meeting. Because we already have had directors Zoom in, John zoomed in, Tony zoomed in.
Right.
You've already been having that.
I appreciate that. It was just made, it was both things, if I heard and understood correctly. So I was just asking if there would be, it's clarifying questions.
And
Go ahead.
so, yes, we do have rules on how many meetings we can miss or attend as directors. But also included in those is that we can attend virtually. I do agree that it is more effective to be here personally. However, for special meetings in particular, like the Friday meeting we had prior, where it just might be impossible for some of us who are working a lot to physically be here, but we could step out for an hour or two and take a Zoom. That's part of it. So it's a little self-interested here. but I also have every intention to be here at every meeting, every board meeting period. So, but it is more also intentionally, it is more for the members I'm considering. But then special meetings where members can be here, directors don't have to drive, a lot of hours just to attend a meeting and then go back to business or family or whatever. So that's the intention. It is not I mean, I do think it'd be funny if there were a bunch of TV screens here and we just talked to us, but that's not the intention. And again, it's going to require a moderator. There's, it can't just be anyone talking, like we moderate the meeting.
And if I remember from our documents correctly, governing documents, that a director can not miss more than 3 unapproved meetings by the board. So if you missed 4 and the board approved 3 of them and one of them said, no, you're not approved, then you really only missed 1 unapproved meeting. It's up to the board to approve the absence, whether that's justified or not.
While we're talking about Zoom meetings, there were a lot of questions that Tri there was out of their scope and were not able to answer. And when we get our Zoom equipment, the auditor that did not appear at our annual meeting to discuss the audit, we will be getting a Zoom meeting for him to answer the questions that were particularly sent just for the auditor. So we'll be notifying you. It'll probably be a special meeting, a special Zoom meeting, and you'll be notified about that. And he'll be answering those questions.
Okay. Make a motion.
Motion to include Zoom for member purposes mostly, moving forward once we have the equipment set up.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Unanimous? Passed. Director Mendiaz, pool fill policy.
Okay, this is about having a plan for a recurring dry spring. I would like to see a structured list on how we approach it, not a meeting by meeting. Well, what are we going to do about the pool thing? So, for instance, if we know we're going to open the pool, we decide whether it's members only, whether, again, I'm throwing things out there, whether we're going to have concessions, whether we're going to serve drinks. I would like to see water testing, or rules on water testing every 24 hours maximum. We have this thing filled for this many days while we're testing the water. We don't let a cesspool of water for 2 weeks. That's an exaggeration. I'm just saying we haven't put together any guidelines, and this has become a recurring issue here. As we all know, I miss the pool dearly, but I think we need to have a plan in place for when this happens, since we have been dealing with it for years now. Not just we'll see what happens. Hopefully it rains. I want a plan of action.
Will this be something the board gets together and discusses and make up the rules, and then what we think is important, and then have an open session or comments from? Are we going to contact some experienced or people that have can help us with those guidelines?
I think that would be advisable, but also, as I said in the last meeting, the window between where mud will or will not sell as water is extremely small. It's not going to happen. If it rains just the right amount to bring us up from negative 22 feet, which was we're sitting now, up to above, it sits normally at negative 10 feet. So below negative 15 feet below the ground, mud, is last time I checked their rules, they won't sell as water. And when the spring stops flowing, the well level drops pretty rapidly. So there's just like a short window of days that we may be able to get mud to even give us the water. But I do agree with Director Mendes that Mendiaz, that we got at least some sort of procedures and plans put together.
Aaron, I'll just clarify one thing. When the pool has been built in the past, it has always been tested. Randy and Kuko have always done a great job of that. They give us water when this has been done in the past. It's been extremely cheap. And they run a chlorine test. I don't want to misstate it, but it's often enough that it falls within the guidelines of what's reasonable, whatever, and they add chlorine accordingly. And then it's been sustained for anywhere, depending on temperature, for a week to 2 weeks. Yeah.
Oh, hold on, Johansson. Any other directors have anything else to say?
So
Well, I'm not a director. Hold on.
I want to say this current instance is reinforcing having a policy of whether there's chlorine and testing. I'm glad to hear we test the water. It's just like, okay, we test the water with the written every 24 hours. We test the water for bacteria, pH point, whatever. That's what I'm saying. Just written.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify on the chlorine. I know that we cannot dump chlorine into the creek.
That's correct.
And so you have to get rid of all the chlorine. Before you dump it over the
The chlorine will be destroyed by the sun.
Yes.
So you test the water to check that the chlorine level is 0, where you can drink.
Yes. And that's what's always been done. Right. Yes.
So I just wanted to remind.
Thank you.
No, I think the policy is good.
So motion to set for the board to set a policy.
And I bet you we can work with Randy to get that done.
Yes. I second the motion.
All in favor? Unanimous. Director Long, consider closing FCA bank accounts.
All right, this is something I've been pushing on ever since I saw we were getting pathetic interest on our money and we made some agreements with Fidelity. Currently, we're sitting with 9 bank accounts, most of them redundant, and we have actually maybe the only SOP we have in place. So maybe we have a couple, but at any rate, it's like, oh, maintain $25,000 in this and maintain 30,000 in here, maintain this over there. Oh, do this. This is just a bunch of rules that the staff has to deal with, and mistakes can be made, and certainly no. So in the Texas community, we have a checking account and an account that's always been labeled credit card. When I got on here, I'm like, oh my God, why do we owe $85,000 on a credit card? They're like, no, that's not a credit card account. That's where we dump every single credit card transaction, regardless of whether it's from assessments or from the pro shop or from anything else. And I'm like, well, that doesn't make a lot of sense. We just have one account for credit card money. Okay, great. So that doesn't seem useful. And then it's bank and trust. Now we ultimately open Fidelity accounts for the general fund and the restricted fund, and we just opened one for the preservation fund. So now we're sitting at bank and trust with 4 bank accounts: Lost Morris, general, restricted, and preservation. So, and we've been getting complaints about who transferred money from bank and trust restricted into restricted fund Fidelity. Did the board approve that X, Y, and Z? Well, I don't think the board needs to approve money for 2 accounts that have the exact same purpose and the exact same rules for what the money can be taken in and out for. But I also feel like it's redundant to have an account here called restricted fund when we already have a new restricted fund account that actually pays interest on. And the same with the preservation fund. Why do we need an account here when we have an account there? So I'm recommending that we shutter all the accounts at Bank and Trust except for Lost Morris, because they have to put cash in it. It's a bar. And the general fund, which I'm going to recommend that we only take cash in there. And we get a check scanner and we scan your assessment check straight into Fidelity, where all the credit cards are going to go for your assessments and all the ACH payments are going to go for your assessments. So if you come in with a check, scan it straight to that account, not dump it in here and then move it over there, and move it over there. It's a lot of redundant steps that need to be done in there. So that's my recommendation on that. And then the ones at Texas Community, unless they're serving a certain business purpose or they're offering a service that Fidelity will not be able to accommodate, then I don't see a reason to have those open as well. So it's just a lot of money flying back and forth between accounts because, oh, we didn't have money for payroll, so shirk some money back over here and do this, and it's just confusing and unnecessary. So that would reduce us from 9 down to 5. That would keep us with a general fund for cash and petty cash and cash payments because there's no Fidelity branch, so you can't go and drop in cash. So then we will set up a procedure. Right now, when the money is deposited in there, it's manually transferred into the restricted fund of Bank and Trust and the preservation fund of Bank and Trust. But the same procedure could be done when it's deposited in here. It's sent electronically to the 2 Fidelity accounts, and instead of having deposit slips that you have to pull up the bank statement, figure out who transferred what to where, you will see a transaction that says transaction from this account to restricted Fidelity, and we'll know what it's for, and it'll have an electronic paper trail instead of a a paper trail. So that's my recommendation. If we cannot find a reason to keep these accounts open because of their services or something that we cannot do with Fidelity, then we shut them down, simplify our lives, don't have rules for staff to maintain balances here and there and transfer money back and forth to maintain things for really no value that I see. Unless we hear value. If I hear value, oh, it must be done this way, but not, I don't like, well, that's the way we've always done it. I hate that. I can't stand that. Like, I need to hear a logical reason why what I'm saying is not superior to the way we have been doing it. And so that's it. I motion that we close as many
Let's have a
unnecessary.
discussion. Hold on.
Oh, discussion. All right.
Directors? Anything regarding what Jason mentioned?
I don't have a problem with it. I think it's a good idea. I don't have a problem. I think we need to tear down some of the bank accounts, but just know what's going on.
I agree. I think redundant accounts have created part of our chaos, and simplifying it and moving into accounts that can generate more money and have a non-paper trail is bringing it to current times. So I'm for it.
I think before I have any comment, if at all, I think I'd like to know what Charlena thinks about it. You're the one that has to deal with this day in and day out, and in my opinion, from where I sit, your opinion is the most valuable.
I do think we need to cut down on some accounts. I really do. I just want to verify. I don't have this aspect, but was told that we do need a separate payroll one. So if we need to open up another one that's in Fidelity, I don't have a problem with that. The only concern I want to make sure that we have is that we have a bank here in town because we need petty cash. We need to get change, and they're not going to let us do that if we don't have an account with them. And then all of our deposits that we do every day consist of checks and consist of cash and consist of credit cards. So we do need an avenue to put that cash in. So we will need to have maybe one general bank and trust account.
Yeah.
So what we need to do is we need to look at all the accounts, what they're doing, and verify what we don't need together and make the right decision. And then I'm good with that.
My position at this point is I'd like for Shar to clarify some of this stuff and show how it's going to benefit the fort and how it's going to make things easier for the operations of the fort before we make a decision about it. I feel we can make a decision about agree that maybe we need to close some of these accounts. We got to know exactly how it's going to happen. And she's the person that needs to explain it to us so that and what how is it going to affect her and the operation? So I'm not, if we can streamline it, I'm all for it. If we have 9 accounts, we go down to 5, beautiful. If it's gonna serve for Park Springs and help the operations of this place, I'm all for it. And if we can make money, great. But I'd like for you to I prefer that we don't make a decision about it today, but I get more clarification from you to tell us where we're at.
Okay, then I'll do the motion. I
Hold
motion.
on, I don't know that discussion.
So Chairman Guzman, I'm glad you brought up the operations. When you're doing your research, there is an issue, and this was identified, I believe, when Sandy was on the board, and we looked at it later on. Bank and Trust does not recognize two signature authority. In their documents, they do, you can put 2 lines, you can put 5 lines, you can put 8 lines on a check. They do not recognize two signature authority. So that is an issue because we require 2 signatures. So at some point, we've got to, I'm not saying we close the bank account for that reason. I'm saying we have to adjust how we use that bank account. There's a lot of ways to do that. So in your research, just work through that piece of it because none of those checks are they actually checking to see if there are 2 signatures.
No, they don't. I mean, I know we do it because we have to, and that's always been but I didn't know that it wasn't something they didn't recognize.
Well, I thought, why in the world would they put 2 lines on the check if they don't look for that, right? I mean, I was dumbfounded. And so we had our current person reach out to the bank president, and the bank president confirmed and actually showed us in their agreement, in your account agreement, that they do not take that liability. They do not check that. It's just what they do. So just that's another thing to look at when you're creating your process and looking at that. They do not recognize two signatures.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay. Anything else?
All right, I motion that the board delegate to me as treasurer and Charlena to make this happen. And we don't bring it back next month and go back and forth another 2-3 months unless somehow Charlene and I completely disagree on what accounts to change and do that. The board has full authority to delegate that to both of us right now and not go back and forth and talk about it again next month. When this thing could be gone forward, I've been trying to push it. I didn't have support from management or the board until potentially now. And I don't have time. The board doesn't have time to go back and forth 100 times on simple matters like closing a couple of bank accounts. It just does not. And these things could have been solved a year ago. Well, okay.
Let me add that it's not officially a motion. I want to amend that. I prefer that Ms. Kavanaugh take the lead on it. And if she needs your help, she'll call upon your help because she needs to review this with all of us, not just with you.
Well,
so that's my position. You can help her upon her request, but I want her to take charge of it.
Is where the board stores its money and review the board of the treasurer or the general manager? I don't feel that is daily operations at all. Not at all.
Go ahead.
Chair, guys, I'm in agreement. I've been studying our governing documents a lot since I got on the board, and the board is responsible financially for our funds. Operational expense is handled by our GM, but the treasurer, that's part of his duties, and the board as a whole votes on how we manipulate the funds with a majority vote. So to me, this is not necessarily. I mean, Charlena's the GM. Sorry, the GM's input is invaluable in this decision. However, it is a board decision as far as I understand the documents. I don't have my other binder here with me, but I know I read it.
And I don't disagree with you, Director. I'm just saying that she needs to spearhead it, and Jason can help her as she needs the help, and it's going to be board approved, no doubt about it.
Then let me do the motion. I motion that the board delegate the authority to me and Charlena to get this done, and it only comes back before the board if Charlena and I completely disagree on what's going to happen.
I second you.
Aye. Let's call for it. Let's call for it.
Okay, we're going to have a vote on it.
Yeah.
Okay. How does everyone feel?
It's
A motion's been made, seconded, we need a vote.
Go ahead. Let's have a vote on it.
I'll call for a vote.
Let's vote on it.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous, 3-2.
I'll vote
Oh,
in favor.
vote, okay.
And my only concern is that Charlena gets her say.
No, and I'm not trying to take that away.
I know you're not. I know you're not. So that's my concern.
I'm a team player and we can work together on it and we can figure it out.
Excellent.
Very good. Well, we've been here 2
If
hours
anything
and 10,
happens, I'll just have to punch.
Mm,
we've been here 2 hours and 10 minutes. Does everybody just want to stand up? Or we go forward? I'm
Judge on.
everybody going? Okay, all right.
Okay.
All right, audit and develop budget restricted fund, Mr. Long,
All
Director
right,
Long.
so when our budget came out last time, we agreed that we would get a budget for the restricted fund. We have not, and I want one. I want to know forecasts of how much money we're going to take to restricted and preservation. I want to make long-term plans for what we're doing. I want everybody, including you, to have a full understanding of what our flow of money in and out of that restricted fund consists of. This is, when I say audit, it's not an audit to point fingers at who transferred what, who didn't do this. I mean, if something bad is found, okay, fine. But that's not my point. My point is that Buildium and QuickBooks calculate extremely differently. In QuickBooks, you have top level customer and sub customers for your membership accounts. That's why it's taking a while to get the balances transferred because of the way it operates differently. In QuickBooks, you apply money to the top level customer and that gets paid downstream to sub customers in there. But in Buildium, it only is concerned about account codes. Was this a payment applied to legal fees? Was this payment applied to a historical fund assessments? Was it applied to restricted fund accounting code? So those are totally two 100% different ways of doing things. And I want to review how have we been calculating what money goes into the restricted fund in QuickBooks and how are we going to have to adjust that when we have, now that we are using Buildium to do that, because it's two different accounting methods, it's two different ways to do it. So the audit means to audit the way we're doing the calculations, not necessarily dig up in there and accuse people of taking money in and out or whatever, unless there's something found. But I don't think that's the case. I'm not talking about. So are we going to discuss this?
Yes, of course. You want to add a little light to that also, Ms. Kavanaugh, regarding the restricted fund? Our money's going into the restricted fund?
Yes.
Okay.
Where is the other one?
We always report one.
Yes, so it's calculated on a monthly basis and then QuickBooks tells us exactly, or I should say, our accountants of QuickBooks sends us the amount that we have to transfer every month into the restricted and the preservation historical funds. In Buildium, I think it would be easier or will be easier because we have a specific GL code now in Buildium that they don't have to calculate. It's just gonna go straight in there. And so it'll be an automatic every month. This would be the total from historical that you need to put in there and the total from restricted that'll need to go in there. So in my opinion, that building will make it a lot easier instead of having to calculate that on a monthly basis. Does that answer the question, Mr. President?
I can comment on that. So yes, it could very well make it easier, but that requires that the staff has coded the transactions exactly the way they should have been applied. And if they reapply them later, it will affect that. So I was speaking with Jen on how we may need to do it, and we may need to do adjustments. When I wrote inventory systems for oil companies, not all the time did the amount that they spent on the pipe match up exactly. So they would do adjustments per purchase order, in our case, per ledger of your account. Oh, well, there's been adjustments made. So actually money that was accounted for that is not now. So we are going to do like an overall calculation and adjustment. So that needs to be worked through with the consultants, with myself, to make sure that we're doing it in the best way that we can, which is the purpose of the agenda item, is to get that And I want to know technically, not QuickBooks spits out a report or the consultant said, I want to know technically, how are those being done to a detailed level of how that has been done and how it will be done in the future.
I'm looking at this, I completely support this, but I don't know why we have to vote on it as a board. I mean, as treasurer, you can, any one of us honestly can audit, which is just reviewing all of the amounts and where money's gone and then develop a budget.
Yeah, that's fine, but I want to vote that we are going to do a budget because we was told there was going to be a budget for the restricted fund right after we came out with the other one, but it didn't happen. So I want to formalize that it is going to happen in the near future, and it will, and we will all
No problem.
whoever needs to participate.
How you feel about it, Charlie?
If we're making a budget for the restricted, are we not missing some key items, knowing how much we're gonna put in there if we don't have a survey done?
Something is better than nothing.
I mean, as long as we all agree on that, but if we don't know how much we need to put into it, well, then we're gonna have to decide, because there's a percentage that's going in there now. I'm sure we can raise that percentage, but at the end of the day,
It's not easy to to raise the percentage. It's based on 12. Can I see the mic? The percentage that goes in there is based on the CPI. It's like 12% of the assessments or something to that effect. So it's not like we can really raise the amount. This is more about projecting what we're going to do with the stuff in the future. And what is what I want to.
and I agree, but that's what a survey needs to be done, because we've got so many things wrong. It's restricted is for the buildings, it's for the CCR, it's for those big projects that we need to do.
Yeah, and in my opinion, the restricted fund budget is going to be far simpler than the operating budget. It is not like including all these maintenance staff and lawn care and all these different things. It doesn't have as many moving parts, so it should not be a monumental task to get this restricted, at least an outline of it, all right?
I'm fine with
Very
that.
good.
I think an outline would be great, because then we can just expound on that. But again, too, I still think we, for the future, need that survey so we can really budget properly for what we need to do.
Absolutely.
So are you asking that you make a motion and you will have your budget by a certain date, timeline? Or are you just gonna leave it open?
Yeah, I motion that we, want to say something?
Chair, we're not at motion
Okay,
state.
hold on.
We're still in discussion.
We're still in discussion for member discussion. I believe this is the appropriate topic. If we have members that want to address. Right.
All right, Jason, go ahead, make your motion.
There's two things, and I'm glad you're gonna move forward with the budget, because there's a tax savings that we can get into later by just having that budget. So we don't need to bore everyone with those details. Second, I don't know that you need a motion because you already have a policy resolution. So maybe just ratifying the policy resolution and recognizing that is the appropriate step.
Carry on.
Yeah, there is.
Okay,
Carry on.
let's go. Next one.
All right, can I motion now? All right, I motion that we ratify the policy, resolution that, causes us to have a budget for the restricted fund and move forward, as fast as we can to do
We don't have the budget in front of us. I don't know exactly what it says, and we've been voting on something. I don't know exactly what it says.
The language is to develop the budget, not approve a budget.
There you go. Language to develop sounds better. Because then that means we actually have to look at it and develop it.
Sorry, go ahead and redo it again according to what Aaron said.
I motion that we, develop a budget for the restricted fund as part of this policy resolution.
No, I thought it was develop the language to make.
Aaron, you want to make a motion?
Right?
I motion to ratify the
Policy
policy resolution existing to develop the budget for the restricted fund.
I second that then.
Chair.
Call
Go
for
ahead.
vote.
What's everyone's vote? Aye. Unanimous. We're gonna continue part two, the finance committee.
Since I brought the finance committee up, and we still have some discussion to do whether or not it's of any value and setting goals and things. I make a motion that we table it until the time when we can discuss and decide if we need to bring it back.
I second.
All in agreement?
Aye.
Fastest one today. Assistant Treasurer, Mr. Long.
All right, I'm not gonna dance around this. Travis is a multi-generational person here, and he's very passionate. He has a background in finance. He's very concerned with how we're doing. And I would very much like to appoint him as assistant treasurer.
You need to make a motion
Or
or have
Well,
discussion.
Discussion. Okay, the topic is you would like to have someone as assistant treasurer, but you named also Mr. Travis Huey.
I
as your
said
potential.
specifically, I would like to, us to vote to appoint Travis Huey as my assistant treasurer today.
Okay.
Discussion?
I have a few things to say about that. I took the liberty, I'm gonna try to do this brief. I took the liberty of contacting two attorneys this week. One is my personal attorney and he is also an HOA attorney. And I sent these Article 5 officer paper documents over to him and as well as another attorney. And I think we have a misconception of how this reads. So Article 5 officers is under the umbrella of officers, okay? The very first line of officers, which is under Article 5 umbrella of officers, states that officers of the association shall be duly elected directors. Okay, you cannot have an officer of this board that is not a duly elected director. Now, context to that, the treasurer has full capacity to have an assistant treasurer. However, that has to be either Director Medias or myself. The secretary cannot hold two offices and the president cannot hold two offices. So this is being misread, and I would say that at the extreme minimum, we need an opinion from our lawyer as to whether this could move forward. Like I said, I've already consulted with two, and they have completely said this is not valid and cannot happen.
You want to read what it says there so that they can know what you're reading?
Sure. Okay, Article 5.
Our bylaws.
Our bylaws. Article 5, officers. The officers of the association shall be duly elected directors. President, vice president, secretary, treasurer. The association may also have, at its discretion of the board, one or more additional vice presidents, one or more assistant secretaries, one or more assistant treasurers, or other officers as may be appointed in accordance with provisions of Section 3 of Article 5. One person may hold two or more offices except those of the president and the secretary. So number 3, supporting officers. The board of directors may appoint other officers as the business of the association may require, each of whom shall hold office. So put officers and office together for such period and have such authority as to perform such duties as provided by the bylaws or as the board determines. And then also, if you go to Section 4, it says removal and resignation. Any board officer or subordinate officer may be removed, either with or without cause, by a majority of the board at the time in office or at a regular special meeting of the board. A subordinate officer appointed by the board may be removed by any officer upon whom such power or removal may be conferred by the board. This clearly states that you have to be duly elected to serve on this board and be an officer of this board.
I'm sorry,
Hold on. There's going to be further discussion. Ms. Wolf, Mr. Mendes.
I understood that our treasurer could appoint an assistant treasurer The assistant treasurer is not a board member or an officer. He is to assist, and his duties are very clearly defined. What an assistant treasurer is expected to do to help the officer that's on the board.
And it says subordinate officers. It's not the same. And what would be the point of having multiple vice presidents? What would be the value of having two additional, one or more vice presidents that are people that are already on the board? Or one or more assistant secretaries that are already on the board? People on the board already have duties. It says the board of directors may appoint other officers. Other officers, I don't read that to mean that they already have to be officers on the board. I read it that you can appoint other officers. And did you consult our attorneys or someone you know personally?
I stated that very clearly in the beginning. And secondly, I'm recommending before any board action, this needs to be, this is unprecedented and needs to be handled with extreme caution. And that at the end of the day, before any action is taken on something of this significance, that it needs to be passed through our attorney.
I mean,
I think we're getting confused with subordinate officers. A treasurer assistant is not a subordinate officer or an additional officer that hasn't been elected. It's an appointed position as a assistant to the treasurer. He can give them certain duties to fulfill as far as helping him figure out a budget or helping him do different things. He's not going to have access to our financial QuickBooks or anything like that. It will be an assistant in an assistant position. It is not a subordinate officer. It is not somebody that has to be elected. It is an assistant, and it very clearly states that the treasurer has the authority to appoint an assistant. And you're confusing this with a subordinate officer. There is no subordinate officer.
I'm not sure that, I'm not even asking for the authority to appoint Travis. I'm asking for a vote on whether that happens. And it also says that even if we do consider him a subordinate officer, that he can be dismissed at any reason without cause. So even if we appointed him, that's, yeah, not from the whole board, but he could be dismissed completely, banished from the kingdom for any reason, just because the majority of us don't want him around here anymore. So that's not the same. You want to get me off of here, as we've been proven before, you're gonna have to put me on a ballot. Right? This is not the same. He would not be an elected officer. That is the topic.
Oh.
We're talking about what it would take and what the ramifications of this would be. And I would say that assistant treasurer would have access to QuickBooks, or what kind of assistant is he gonna be? I mean, it's not like Travis hasn't been president of the board. It's not like he's not been all up in our finances before. No one has accused him of taking money, doing things poorly. The only thing I've heard him accused of is the plan about cats, which were removed because they shouldn't have been there in the first place. Allegedly.
Stay on the assistant treasurer, please.
Jason, please don't misunderstand me. I'm not really going against you on this. You know, I paid for advice on this already, and that's why I'm exercising extreme caution. So I'm not, this isn't John Wiley talking, okay? These are people with legal degrees, and what I'm asking for is caution. And I don't understand why that's being met with resistance. All I'm saying is that we need an opinion from our attorney, and I am a board officer, and so is Aaron, and I am a board officer, and I fully can fill that seat, and I'm volunteering to be assistant treasurer.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. I think
So what I fail to understand is, if this has been on the agenda for a week, why would you spend your own money to consult your own attorneys when we could have all talked about this and then consulted the Fort attorneys, and then got an actual answer we could rely on, rather than the opinion of someone you found yourself and paid for yourself? So why wouldn't we have contacted the Fort attorneys on this? And why are we sitting here arguing about it when we could have had this resolved the moment I put this thing on the agenda?
Well, that's a great question, Jason, and you should have consulted the attorney. It's not my job to do your job. It's your agenda item.
Hey, it says right in here that I can have an assistant treasurer. I brought it up in the meeting last month. I brought it up in meetings over the last year.
Hold on a second. Hold on a
So I
second.
don't see the conflict other than maybe a personal issue with Mr. Yu.
This is the first time that this has been on the board agenda, assistant treasurer. You requested it and we put it on there. When you and I talked privately about it, I think there needed to be a little bit more thought. This is a discussion / action item. We're having a discussion. This thing can't be rammed down anyone's throats. Now, I got a couple of questions, whether it's Mr. Huey or anybody else. I don't know how the membership feels about someone who's not elected, to be rummaging through the members'
Like
paperwork.
Lisa Vale.
She was hired. No, I'm talking about this subject right now, okay?
She was hired.
She was not hired, she volunteered. And she was
We're
only,
getting.
Okay, yeah, we're off.
So whether it's him or anyone else that qualifies, I think there has to be some type of check, a little bit of a check for Ms. Cavender's protection, for the board's protection. So I'm not totally against it. I think it just needs to be thought out a little bit more. That's all I'm saying.
Still range of point of order that there is a difference between an officer, elected official, director, and the resolution that allows our treasurer to appoint someone that he wants to work with. In our bylaws, it says the treasurer has the authority to appoint an assistant.
It doesn't say
And I think that should be he's our treasurer, he's our officer. He should have somebody that he can work with that knows what they're doing and feel comfortable with. I think they're gonna be working with him and our GM to get something put together. It's a completely separate issue from an officer or subordinate officer.
Let's say something.
Yes, I think I understand the point Sharon is trying to make, but I do want to be clear that it is the board of directors who appoints subordinate officer, not the treasurer. Hence the vote. And anyone can be recommended for the position, assistant, and there could be multiple. We could have assistant, vice president. Like it's not a board member position. They don't make votes. They like a committee. They can only make recommendations and be assigned tasks, and then we decide what to do with it. That's my understanding of the language, but it is a board vote, and there's no officer power in subordinate officers. Hence, why it's not necessarily an elected position, because whoever's assistant could make a recommendation to, if I had an assistant director at large with no official duties, I could have an assistant director that I asked to type my papers for me. That it's my understanding that it's not a position of power. But then what is relevant to recent events is whether or not any other person with any other background, whether it be a former director or a member, being in the books. This has already transpired without board approval. And this looks like a motion to do this with board approval. That's how I see it.
And there was a finance committee before, and some volunteers have volunteered to help with QuickBooks when they weren't on the board. So has that happened? Have people been in QuickBooks in the past on committees and volunteers before? How many people? Plenty? Oh, there's 3 right there. Just as people in here, 4.
Oh, raising my
Oh.
hand.
Well, all right, everybody's raising their hand. Okay.
So, can I make one more statement, President?
Go ahead.
Okay. If everybody's so confident, I don't know why we can't exercise caution. This is an emergency and speak with the lawyer first. And then secondly, Aaron, just to clarify, Subordinate officers, the board of directors may appoint officers as the business association may require, each of whom shall hold office for such period and have such authority and perform such duties as provided in the bylaws or as the board determines. So they can, in theory, have just as much authority as any officer on this board, which is why they have to be duly elected.
No, they would not be the same because they would never get to vote on anything. Like subordinate officers, if we voted 2 vice presidents, 2 assistant secretaries, and 2 assistant treasurers, and blah, 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 they would have no control of the policies of this place. They would not sit at this table. They would not get 1 vote. It would still be 5 votes, 3 wins, 2 loses. That's the facts. They would not get a vote, and it would not be the same.
All right, Jason, we're gonna open up to the public now. The only thing I want to add is that there's absolutely no hurry to it. And if the attorney of the association that we all paid for reviews it and rubber stamps it,
So
we'll go forward.
So we've got
We'll
multiple
go forward.
attorneys. Which one are you saying we're
The
gonna consult?
Mr.
Josh coming.
from Quorum. So let's hear from the public. Let's see what the membership has to say, and we'll go forward.
I mean, no,
Ms. Wiley,
offense,
come
but
on up.
that attorney was recommended by a past director and X, Y, and Z. I mean,
No, Jason, that's not true because we all voted on it. That is not true.
I said recommended. I didn't say appointed.
I would like to make a comment too, and our treasurer has made this comment at different meetings, and we have discussed it, that he needs an assistant treasurer to help him get these finances together, and do whatever he needs them to do. He has made those comments. And my question is the same as his. It's been on the agenda. Why did we not have our president or somebody get the board, send out an email and say, I think we need to take it to our attorneys before we have our meeting, before all this stuff comes up? Only when a certain person was gonna be nominated did all this stuff start coming up.
That's not true.
No.
And it wasn't discussed.
It's not listed on the agenda with a person named. It's will it be a discussion item?
It is a discussion.
Okay, it's a discussion item.
It does say that with the board approval, our treasurer can appoint an assistant,
The board.
the board's approval. He can appoint an assistant,
Go ahead.
and he has been talking about this for quite some time. I'm just confused as to why now. All of a sudden, we have to talk to an attorney when it wasn't brought up sooner.
Well, thanks, Sharon. I mean, and those are good points. But I brought a lot of items to this association and put them on the agenda, and I've always been prepared for everything I put on this agenda with as much knowledge as I could. I haven't always been right. Matter of fact, I've been wrong a lot of times, but I've always been prepared. And it's not my job to make Mr. Long prepared for his agenda. I'm sorry, it's just not.
I mean, I'm prepared. I read the documents. It says I can have an assistant treasurer appointed by the board. If you and whatever attorneys you paid have chose to read this a certain way. All right. I don't think I needed to be prepared to call an attorney and spend attorney money to do something that, in my opinion, is clearly stated in here. If we want to go legalese on this thing, I don't think it's necessary, but I think you do.
Go ahead, Ms. White.
First, I just asked everybody to take a big deep breath. Okay, I have one clarifying question before I would like to make my comment, and that is, there's some contention here that's obvious, I think, to everybody in the room. And, was this the first time that you said that at this meeting, when you presented it at the very beginning, that you were going to want Travis to be this person?
I mentioned Charlena about a week ago, and she said she did not oppose to that, and I mentioned it to Memo.
Okay, so then it wouldn't timeline wise to accuse Director Wiley of preparing because it's a dislike of a certain person would not be accurate. And I just want to make that point.
Well, I mean, I think I said enough you know what, I'm not gonna make an assumption, but I don't know that he didn't hear that name before and know what was going on. I know.
Also, it's open discussion and this is the place where things should be discussed. And that's what y'all are doing now. I just want to offer a comment and as a member, with expertise in technical communication, a master's degree. In fact, I just want to say that legalese is very hard to read and interpret. Um, documents, written by lawyers have a certain way that they're written. There are definitions. And so I think that's what's being, if the comment's been made, well, there's been committees. Committee is different than officer. And so when a legal document is written, things are defined and you have to lean into that when you're reading them. But I fully support you guys just being extra careful and consulting with the attorney. Thank you.
Thank you.
So what's the ramifications if we appoint him today and then we talk to the attorney and he says, no, don't do it. And then we remove him just as fast as we put him on there. Are we gonna be sued for reading this thing wrong? Very seriously doubt.
Next.
Oh, yeah. I have to ask a simple question. Why do you need an assistant?
Well, why does it say in there that I can have one?
No, no.
Why have we never had one is the question. Why has no one thought that? Why? Because it takes a lot of time to develop the budget
Oh,
to ensure all the properties and everything are accounted for. It's a lot of work,
Really?
right? Yeah, really. You want to trade jobs? You can come do this. I'll do recycling.
So
Just kidding.
one thing, that strikes me is why are we worrying about calling anybody an assistant? Why don't you just say, I need a financial consultant? And the second question is, are you going to pay this person?
Obviously not. No, I don't get paid. Assistant
No, but
treasurer
an
would.
assistant,
No, absolutely no. No, I would not get paid.
an assistant is offering
This is free.
expertise.
This is volunteerism, like you're concerned about the recycling center, and I very much commend that.
Right.
Travis is very much concerned
Let
about
me
having us
advise
good finances, so.
Why don't we do it casually and not have this official assistant to the board, etc.?
Initially, it was brought to have a finance committee, but there was a lot of pushback on that, and it was felt to be unnecessary. So I feel like this is in the documents, it's more direct and more supported by our governing documents. And why not go that route? Then it's not a committee. Then it's not me arguing with 2-3 people, not necessarily arguing, debating with 2 or 3 people on what their recommendations as. It's having an assistant to help assist with reporting graphs, bringing more valuable information to the membership, so you understand the current state of the association.
Right, and for example, I have 2 assistants and all volunteers. So why do we
Well,
have to
there's
have?
a little bit difference between volunteering at the recycle center
Yeah.
and volunteering to advise and look into our financials, which is why that's in the documents.
Well,
They have a-
Yeah, and one issue that strikes me is privacy. My individual social security is now gonna be with somebody
No
else.
one has your social security number at the court.
Oh, really?
Absolutely not.
Well, I think privacy might be an issue.
Well, I mean,
with some members.
you're trusting me to look in the books, you're trusting Charlene to look in the books, you're trusting any other director in here to look in the books.
Right.
So how would that be any different than trusting one of us?
Right.
We're elected.
I'm just bringing.
Well, I
up
wasn't
some-
elected, I was appointed by you guys as a
Right.
full officer, not as a subordinate officer with far less power.
Yeah, my only point is, I think the idea of having an assistant that's formalized by the board appointees or not appointed seems much more making a bigger deal of having somebody on the side who's gonna help you. That's.
Honestly, let's say that we appointed him as assistant treasurer.
Yeah.
He would likely be covered under our insurance.
Oh,
Okay, so let's talk about that. He's might be under our insurance policy.
No.
Why no? So assistant treasurer, you're saying would not be covered under our directors?
Ms.
Why
McBride, are you good?
We have a
Yes,
legal.
I'm dead. Yeah.
Come on up,
I
Ms.
just-
Kinney.
I just think it's much too formalized, and if you need help,
then you should have a volunteer to help, and
To
that's
me,
the
this is
end of it.
very serious business, our financial
Yes,
outlook.
Elena, matter of fact, we have contracted help for the accounting. Come on up, Ms. Sandy.
Number one, none of you have unilateral authority over me. You do it as a board, or you don't do it at all. Number two, budget is assigned to the general manager. She presents it to the board as a whole. You either vote on it or you don't. No one has unilateral authority. The incidents of the explanation for officer has come up in the past. And it was determined by the attorney, our HOA attorney at that time, that officer means officer of the elected board, which is the reason that I became secretary and treasurer, because we had to run it through. And secretary and president can't work two offices together. With all due respect to our treasurer, you are not an attorney or an HOA attorney. Okay. I agree that this is something that probably should be run by our HOA attorney. Doesn't take time, doesn't cost much, and there's certainly not an emergency. I don't know what has changed to require an assistant Jason only to do that. I respect you for the fact that you think that you believe that you need one. I don't have a problem with that.
I mean, you seem to support the idea last time in the last meeting.
I support a better explanation from you as to what particular duties that you don't have time for or cannot, well, not now, cannot do. That's your responsibility to the membership to explain why you think you need an assistant. But if there's a difference between an officer and an assistant, and if you need an assistant, that's one thing, but the board still has to approve that, and you guys can all vote no on whoever he suggests. But I agree with John, this has come up in the past. And I think that because there have been some changes in chapter 209, and our declaration, to be honest with you, is not very clear on this. But officer is officer, and you have to appoint an officer. They have to be an officer before you can appoint them, is what the thing says, that you have to appoint an officer. Now, what you're trying to do is take someone who's not an officer and make them an officer. So there is a difference in the way that is written. Now, if it's a 5 minute, 10 minute, 15, track our attorney down, he should be able to answer that question really quickly. And once he does, then the conflict and the misunderstanding goes away. That's all it takes. Do it, and then you have no question. If he says, yes, Jason's right, or excuse me, our treasurer is correct, then you can proceed to decide how you want to make the appointment. If the attorney says, no, no way, it has to be someone who's already an officer, then you know what you have to do to get some assistance. So it's really easy, and there's no real reason for it to be here. Also, Mr. Treasurer, I think you should explain why you have chosen a particular person for this.
I think I started off with that. He's multi-generational, has a degree in finance, is very passionate and concerned about our long-term outlook.
So are a lot of them. I have nothing, I know Travis, I have nothing against Travis. But all of a sudden it comes up that you want to appoint today, and that's not part of the agenda. But again,
It's part of the
please,
agenda, discussion, action
please,
items, so what would that
please,
action be other
it's
than?
really easy to just run this by our attorney and won't take very long. It's not an emergency. You've got along this one. I'm just saying it's better to be careful. It's a waste of time to go ahead and do it and then find out you shouldn't have. It's better to do to handle it correctly the first time.
Are you saying an abundance of caution?
I'm not saying abundance of caution, because in the past we've gotten ourselves in trouble because we haven't taken that abundance of caution.
Absolutely.
So it's better to, and like I said, this is not a new issue. It's come up in the past.
Did it come up specifically as a subordinate officer? Was anyone ever, did you, when you talked to the attorney about you being treasurer
No.
and whatever else, was it as a subordinate officer or you just held two of them?
That came up with the attorney that made sure that it was okay that I be appointed the second position as a assistant, or as a treasurer in addition to the secretary. For the other
But
one.
was there a treasurer and you were assistant to that treasurer or you were holding both board
I
seats?
was totally both boards.
Okay, that's
But
totally
this,
different.
no, the subject came up. The whole subject was discussed. That was part of it. They said an officer means an officer. You have 5 people. But there's only 4 officers.
Is there any chance?
The director is not technically an officer, the director at large. There are 4 officers on the board of directors, president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer. The 5th director, or what you call director at large, is not an officer. Any question?
I believe in the language it says. And the language it says the board may appoint an assistant treasurer at its discretion and assign duties as necessary. I believe that if we bring this up today and we take a vote on it, it could be the duties could be assigned. We could talk to the attorney about what duties are going to be assigned and whether it's legal or not. But it does say the board can vote on that and appoint an assistant treasurer. We can go with caution if the motion's going to be made to appoint an assistant director and assign the duties in accordance with what our attorneys tell us we can do.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I think the intent here with the assistant treasurer is to kind of clarify and go through what we're trying to figure out is the appropriate process and to provide transparency. We ask for volunteers all the time. I know there have been fails in volunteering within QuickBooks. I'm not sure how that's different. Maybe there just needs to be a policy about having a confidentiality agreement for anyone that's involved in the finances or inside of QuickBooks. I don't know how that's different from an assistant treasurer or anyone else that's helping. So
I agree with you. I think you just made an argument that the attorney needs to review this before we agree with it.
so how did you review the attorney when?
No, for the attorney to review what you just mentioned.
With Ms. Bailey?
That's not on topic right now.
With respect, that's almost identical without both what just transpired. So with access without a confidentiality agreement as well. I was told there was an NDA involved, and an NDA is not the same as a confidentiality agreement. And what we're discussing is confidentiality. However, as stated, there are no social securities numbers available in our books that I'm aware of. I don't know because I don't look at it.
I've never seen that. We don't have that. Why would we need that? We don't.
Okay. We got a member who wants to speak. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Okay, one, I've been looking through the bylaws and stuff, and I was wondering what reference you're using that says that they can appoint, because I can't find it under Article 5. What page number are you on?
Page 10.
Page 10.
11 is
Subordinate officer.
Right.
But it's not a subordinate officer, it's an appointed.
Okay, but I'm reading treasurer and I don't see that. That's my question. So you keep citing that the document says they can, but I can't find it here.
Go ahead and read it.
Well, that's why I'm asking what she's citing. Is she citing the treasurer or is she citing just plain officers?
I'm not arguing that I can appoint anyone unilaterally. I'm absolutely not. I'm arguing that the board has full authority to make this happen to them.
And you have a counter argument that the board doesn't have full authority. And based on some comments about pushback on the last, this almost sounds like this is a workaround because you guys received, and I'm using you guys as a generic term, because the board received pushback on the finance committee. This seems to be an in-run. Let me finish speaking, Jason. Do not interrupt me like you were interrupting. Please. I didn't interrupt you. Okay. and people huffing in the back. That's the same as interrupting. Thank you very much. I don't huff when you do it. Thank you.
Let's have proper decorum. Please, we just discussed that.
Okay, accepted. My concern is that there seems to be a rush to fix something that may not be broken. It's the same thing that the finance committee had, if they wanted to do a finance, or there was I'm trying to do the same thing here. I'm trying to be respectful to you all. And I'm trying to get my thoughts out that there was no set agenda or not policy, goals for the finance committee. I'm concerned that this is an end run around now. This is going to be the same thing that we turn somebody loose, anybody. And I must find it laughable. I do find it laughable that everybody has all been out of shape because people are upset that Travis is going to do it. Maybe. Mr. Huey, sorry, my apologies, sir. While there's an awful lot of people trashing Miss Vale and all upset that she was involved, and other people have also been involved. And that goes back to the comment that you made, Director Long, or Treasurer Long, is that just because we've always done it that way doesn't mean we need to do it. I am leery of volunteers being in the finances. And I think that this push to fix this now is a problem. And I would encourage caution and an abundance of caution, if you would, to paraphrase, and that we consult an attorney first before you guys find out that we've opened this up. It's a Pandora's box. I don't care who is a problem. I would be saying that for anybody. I think that it needs to go to the attorneys.
One more comment.
Yes.
I don't understand. Again, we're always asking for volunteers, and I think that we all, have a responsibility really to keep an eye on our association's finances. So I'm curious why the pushback specifically, this would be an advisory role, I think. I don't think he would actually be doing anything, or that position would actually be doing anything. So again, I just don't see the difference in how this is from another volunteer in our finances.
Ms. McNeil, I respect your opinion, but we have a man here who said he'd volunteer to help you. We have a volunteer who's an officer right here.
What is his
Do we have
background?
board approval for that?
Well, no,
Do a vote on it?
he's volunteer.
What is Jason Long's background?
We can have it.
What is
Well, I'm
it?
just saying, y'all asked what
No,
Ross's
I'm
background
just-
is, and what is Miss Vale. What are do we have a qualifying standard for who can be?
Well, I can tell you what we do. We have a lot of seats. Francis, how many people do you need up to architectural?
One more.
Okay. So we have, and recycle, we have a lot of other places to volunteer. And so I hear you, and I agree with you 100% in what you're saying. But it's almost like we're trying to create a spot to volunteer for somebody, which it doesn't matter, and who it is doesn't matter. We have a lot of places to volunteer if that's what you're wanting to do.
No, I think it's specific to Jason needing help with financial, and Travis having a background in finance, and them working well together, just like Miss Vale and Charlene. So
I mean, has Travis not already helped Charlene significantly with the budget? Did he or not? He did. The budget was a mess when it first came out, and I think he spent a reasonable amount of time helping getting that more together. Is that true or false?
Can I say one thing? I want this to be on the record. I think everybody would acknowledge that Mr. Huey is completely capable of helping you with finances. And I have zero issues with you assigning Mr. Huey as your assistant if our attorney agrees.
A question was asked of me a while ago about the section. It's in Article 5, Section 1. The section lists that the officers of the association and states that the association may have one or more assistant treasurers at the discretion of the board.
Anybody here know?
Other officers.
Yes, Ms.
It may have one or more assistant treasurers. It's also in there that the board of directors to appoint officers or agents as needed for the businesses of the association. They can appoint other officers or agents. And that goes as an agent as the business of the association requires. And appointing the treasurer, they can appoint one or more. Assistant treasurer. I believe our bylaws cover us on whether or not the board can appoint an assistant treasurer. I don't think that should be the issue whatsoever. We do have the authority to do that.
I think I'd like to add some context, and Sandy, you may be the most qualified person here to answer this if I'm wrong. But for you, those of you that don't know, there used to be 7 board members. And so there was 3 directors. So they were floating around out there in space, they weren't officers. And so when the bylaws were changed, and they've been changed several times, when the bylaws were changed, some of the language just isn't in the correct context. So when it reads, well, as the business that's the needs of the business change, you can appoint more people. That's because there were more people on the board to appoint. And so, that fluctuation of 3 directors, they were assistant, here, and then they have to take them off or whatever. That would be my interpretation of that. But now we're down to 5, and that one little sentence in there hasn't changed. However, there is a director at large, and I, as vice president, can also serve in a secondary officer's position.
I was just clarifying that in sections 1 and 3 jointly empower the board of directors to appoint an assistant. We have that authority to do that.
Yes, Ms. Briggs.
I would like the president to reiterate what he said at the special meeting and saying how horrible our finances were. We need to look at it now. It is an emergency. And if Jason needs assistance, that's what should happen.
Ms. Briggs, did you say that I said that?
I'm sorry. Yes, I did. Yes, I said the president. I meant the vice president. You did not say her. The vice
At what
president.
special meeting?
It was at the special meeting
With
on, I
Triumvirate?
believe, April 20th with Triumvirate.
Okay.
And we're in horrible shape with it. The books are horrible. Everything is horrible. We need millions of dollars to make this better. Well, that's an emergency. So if we need to examine it, Jason probably needs help to examine it. That's all I'm saying. That's fine.
I don't disagree with that, Mrs. Grace. And thank you for bringing that up and giving me an opportunity to explain, to answer one of your concerns. I think that, first of all, let me publicly say, and I wrote an email to Mrs. Grace this week and thanked her for her service and what she has done to clean up the books. When I first got on the board, I learned a lot from Mrs. Grace and now that I have more wisdom and I've been here for 2 years, I saw and can see how hard she worked. And I, as a member sitting at this table, I'm very thankful for that. So, what I said, and I think some of that might be taken out of context, is that when I came into office, the books were a mess. And they were. And that's not anybody's fault that is on the sport property today. They just were. And it took a lot of work for Triumvirate to get them cleaned up to the point that they went underwater on their budget to do so. I don't think that anything I've said is unreasonable or inaccurate. The books were complicated and they were a mess. And they have been cleaned up and they are really good books now. And that is because of a lot of work that members have done, like Mrs. Race and Mr. Race, and their contributions of getting that ball rolling for Triumvirate to come in and help out. So thank you for that. And I'm sorry that you misunderstood that as an attack on any of your service.
And,
Hold on, I do want to say something real quick. In regards to that, since we've contracted our bookkeepers, things are a lot better, much better. You all heard him pronounce today the balance is number 1. Number 2, their contracted bookkeepers are helping Jason with Buildium. He can give you more detailed information about that, but they are actively helping him. So again, I'm not against I'm not totally against the assistant treasurer. I just want clarification. In 30 days, an abundance of caution is not gonna wipe this thing out. It is not. Go ahead, Jason.
How clean the books are and how beautiful they are is largely a matter of opinion, not scientific fact. Okay, so while that's been said, I'm not saying they're a total disaster, but they're certainly not beautiful. And if you read the auditor's comments to all those questions, they did not sound like they were extremely beautiful books. So they still need more work, and that's fine. I still want to appoint him today and then discuss with the lawyers, and if it seems to be a totally bad move, then we'll unappoint him just as fast as we appoint him. That's my recommendation.
Yes, ma'am.
For transparency, John, I'd like to know the names and locations of the two attorneys that you spoke with.
I absolutely do not have to give you that information. I got an opinion from them and I absolutely do not have to disclose that.
I'm asking for their names and locations,
You're not gonna
not
get it.
for their opinions.
You're not gonna get it.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Well, I don't know that we can go based on unknown, maybe, whatever, unknown attorney's ideas.
Can I say something?
Go ahead. Hold on, Curtis.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
I don't see any reason why we can't get the opinion of our HOA attorney just to be safe. It's not gonna be that hard. We can send it out, we can have his information and decide from there. And then if you need that, call a special session. Is it gonna be that hard instead of us sitting here and arguing? Cause that's all we're doing.
We don't have to argue.
How many people would agree that let's just get our HOA attorney to look over the paperwork and make that decision? Okay, there you go. You have the consensus from the members.
But guess what? The members elected us, duly elected every person at this table to make decisions on their behalf.
And you
Not to us to just do whatever they raise their hand on.
I understand, but you don't know 100%, do you? Yes or no? Do you know
believe it.
100%? Yes or
I
no?
believe it says right here.
You don't know. You're not answering the question. Do you know Sharon 100%?
Even if our attorney says
I'm
something,
asking
that's
Sharon
not,
a
that's not
question.
100%.
Sharon,
That's the opinion
Sharon.
of one
Hold on,
attorney.
hold on, one at a time. Sharon, she asked you a question.
Just 100%. That's all I need to know. I'm only going on our bylaws. Okay, then we need to have our attorney look it over.
It's just an abundance of caution, Jason. Not saying no.
Well, if
In
the
abundance of
majority of the board wants to do abundance of caution right now, then that's what we're gonna have to do. And if the majority of the board wants to appoint Mr. Yui, then that's what we can do. And that's the power of the majority and I've been told many times to respect the decision of the majority of the board.
Absolutely.
So if that's what happens, then we'll talk to your attorney.
Absolutely. Sometimes, go ahead.
I don't know that the board needs to have a vote. If the president wants to refer this to the attorney, I think we can do that. You guys don't have to have a motion for every single action item that you take. I don't believe. Now, I could be wrong. But I'm looking at this and I thank you for clarifying that, ma'am, but I don't see the word agent in here. And it does say officers. And I think that this push to vote now and we'll fix it later is wrong-headed. I think that it's the wrong way to go about this. It's almost like you're afraid you're not going to get your way. Let's let the attorneys weigh in on it. Now, that's my personal opinion based on what you're saying. So if I'm not trying to cast aspersions, but you're pushing awful hard for this when a simple call or email to the officer, to the attorney that we pay for, which would probably go a long way to clarifying this and probably lower the temperature in the room.
Well, Curtis, this is how I would handle things personally. If John had put an item on the agenda and I sought legal concerns and I brought this stuff up, I would have had the courtesy to send an email to the board saying that I have these concerns. And then maybe we wouldn't be here arguing for how many ever hour over this issue, because we would have already called the attorney and we would already have the answer before we even got in here. But instead, it was chosen to do a private consult of attorneys and then bring this up at the very end of the agenda. And that's just not the way I do things. But that's the way it was done today. Is it wrong? No. Am I blaming John? No. But
Sure sounds like it.
well, it could have, would it have been fair to let us know? Did you call the attorneys 5 minutes ago before you walked in this meeting, or you called them 5 days ago? I don't know. Do you have an answer on that, Mr. Wiley? When did you speak to them? You don't have to give their names, but when?
A couple of days ago, when I looked at the agenda and started getting ready to review it and figure out, what I needed to be prepared for, my curiosity was piqued. And I made a couple of calls and I sent the documents to them.
And why did you choose not to?
Once again, it is not my job to prepare you for your own agenda item. It is your job to be prepared for that. I'm sorry, Jason, but if this is a discussion, it does not have to be an action item. So I am not disagreeing with you. If you want an assistant treasurer, I'm okay with that, but you have to go, I think it needs to go through the proper channels. That's it.
So let's just have a question for whoever, the audience or the board or whatever. If this happens today, what's the repercussions if we have to reverse it? Like, what is the worst thing? If we don't give him any duties, we don't put him into QuickBooks yet because he's an assistant. He's only going to be able to do whatever I asked him to do after he's been appointed. So what is the danger to the association that if this happens now? What is?
Well, what's 30 days danger?
Well, I don't know, plenty. And why would it even take 30 days to get a simple question?
Well, we can have an email vote. Yes, Ms. Christensen.
Thank you. John, you got an answer from your attorneys in about 5 days, right?
In one day.
In one day. Jason, I do, since so many people are talking about, I think that if we can get the answer by Monday, Tuesday, then maybe a special meeting, because this really is just going on and on and on, and I don't think we're getting anywhere.
Does someone know here what it takes to change the bylaws?
I want to say one more thing, please, one more thing. And that is perhaps Mr. Long didn't know that this was an issue that might need an attorney approval. That's why he wasn't, in your view, prepared. So I think sharing information is very important. So I don't know, yeah.
So maybe Sandy has the answer. She seems like. What would it take for this board to rewrite that paragraph of those bylaws to allow a non-officer, assuming the attorneys say this is worded such we can't do it? It's a board vote, right? It's not a member vote, right?
Oh, no.
On the bylaws?
Oh, yeah.
I thought the declaration.
No, the both. First of all, you have to get it together to write bylaws. You can actually ask members to help you with it. But you have to go through every single word in every law. Then you have to have attorney review them to make sure that they are in accordance with chapter 209 and any other rules that the state may have. Then you have to have the membership vote on it. It has to be like a 67%.
I was under the impression that the declaration and the bylaws have different procedures for modifying them. No?
We went through that because we got that. I believe that came up several times when we were going through this. What I meant to say is it's such a simple process to ask an attorney. It's not hard. Everybody has questions. But I felt disrespected as a member when one of the directors said, "You guys voted for us to do the right thing. It doesn't matter what the members say." It was basically what you just said. When they asked the question about how the members felt about this, and it's the same thing with the finance committee last month. It was quite obvious that the members didn't think it was necessary. But in this particular instance, the direct question was asked, that hands were in the majority that we should go to our attorney. But then to have a director say that we don't have to listen to the members because you guys elected us to do the job. Yes, you still have to listen to the members. I'm sorry, we put you there, and I hate to say it, but we can take you away.
Yes, you've proven that before.
Yes, we have.
All of the directors.
That's true. The members have the right to remove board.
I'm not, that's not, please don't take that as incorrect. What I'm saying is what you just said about that because we voted for you, you don't have to listen to what we want or like or think you should do. But we don't expect you to, when we vote for you, to totally ignore us or to make decisions in totally opposite from what you know that the members
Well-
would like to see. So that was all. I don't know if anybody else felt disrespected, but it's a member.
Chair, can I comment on
Other
that?
than- yeah,
So,
go ahead.
so let me,
Hold on a second. Aaron's gonna say something. He's gonna respond to you, Ms.
I
Sandy.
want to respond to you, Mr. King. Thank you. I think even in this meeting today, and previous meetings, well, in this meeting today, it has been shown that we do take into consideration the membership desires. That's why we don't have an egg timer. But and similarly with the finance committee as well, we listened, you know, and thought long and hard about what we need to do. So we are responsive. I do agree that we have to listen to the membership, and we are elected to make decisions, and some decisions may or may not be popular, and cause a revolt and uprising. But it is in all of our best judgment to make the best decision we can for the board. I understand why a statement like that can be taken with offense, but I just want to gain clarity on how I feel about it and how I think even this meeting today has transpired where we are listening.
Well, I appreciate that, and I know for facts I've said on both sides of the table that sometimes that you have to make difficult decisions because it benefits the association. And your, for lack of a better word, loyalty is to the association. You have a great fiduciary duty to protect the association. So sometimes you have to make those decisions that members don't like, but you protect the association as a whole. When you protect the association, you protect the membership. When you protect the membership, you are in fact protecting all of the individual members. But just like it's inappropriate for us to show disrespect for you, it's also inappropriate for any of you to show disrespect to the members of the city. And that's just the point. And I know that this is in the heat of battle type thing. But I fail to understand, and this is one of the questions of moving the meeting along. If you have to take a vote to send it to the attorney, fine, but you need to move it along. But I agree that this is an issue that could come up in the future. And best handled before it happens. Making the decision to do all this and then having to correct it and stop doing it is a waste of time and energy. Fix it, find out the facts first, and then do it. Instead of the other way.
okay, can I respond to you since I was the one that was said something? So I wasn't saying I didn't want to listen to what you're saying. In fact, a member stood up in the last meeting and said, you guys were elected to make these choices, so make one. So that was said in the last meeting.
I understand that.
And it's not that I don't want to listen to you, but statistically speaking, everyone in this room does not represent all the people that elected us. It's a very small handful of active people and their opinions. It is of no reflect on what would happen if this all went to a full vote of the membership, because that's a lot of people that don't even come in here. Or don't, you know, then a lot of them may not even be informed enough to make the decision. They may just check a box, yes or no. So it's not that I don't want to listen to you, and I am listening. And I didn't mean any disrespect to you on that. Absolutely not. And I'm for members making comments, and I'm sitting here listening to what everyone has to say. And I didn't say let's do timers and ding out Sandy because she stood up here too long. I don't want that. I want to hear what you're saying.
No, I appreciate that. Tell them too. But I'm sure it's just the way it was phrased, but it was something that.
I apologize for my poor phrase.
Thank you. Thanks, Jason.
Thank you, Ms. Sandy.
Okay, so we kind of beat this to death. So again, I would just say, make your motion however you want to do it. Get the attorney to approve it, or say it's not good, or it can't be done.
At the same time, if it's not something that can be done with the way it's currently written, I would ask that you also ask the attorney how it can be done. It's clear that the help is needed. I provide the help all the time already with one side of the information, right? I can only see what is available to the membership, okay? I provide the help all the time. Charlene, is that not true? Do I not ask questions and that they get resolved? I mean, in the last meeting, when we met with Jen at Triumphir, the first question I asked about, she looked it up, and lo and behold, it was wrong. So it's not that, I don't think anyone is saying that we don't need this. We need to find a way to do it. So I'm gonna recommend to the board and ask the board that you move forward today so that everyone can get out of here. We find a way to get Jason the help that he needs, whether it's me or someone else, and let's get it done.
Well, Travis, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
And I'm asking you because I think this may be self-serving to you. Wouldn't you rather have an attorney opinion first? Where you're in or out?
That's what I just said.
Okay.
So,
You want an attorney opinion first before it's actually voted on.
No, you can make the vote conditional.
Yeah, that's actually what
You can make it conditional. And this happens all the time. This happens at the school board. This happens at the CAD. This happens where you have conditional votes. Remember, we did multiple conditional votes when we served on the board together. So you can do something conditionally. And John, I don't know, weigh in on this if you feel differently, but I think I've heard you state some conditional things.
We've done conditional stuff.
Yeah, and maybe this isn't the appropriate time for that, but I don't know, but it's something that you have, the ability to do.
Yes, Mr. Bruce.
Just a couple of things. I'm not too familiar with a lot of this stuff, but from a non-legal standpoint, the Fort Clark Spring Association had a resolution in 2017, to create a financial advisory committee. And when that was brought up at the last meeting, it was shot down or tabled or whatever you want to call it. But obviously there was a problem that they wanted the solution was to have another set of eyes on the numbers. Okay. That seems to me like a logical thing. But it also seems that if there was a resolution that would make it legal for this committee, or for this board, to assign someone, to appoint somebody without going all, if you got to get a legal opinion on every time you appoint somebody to a committee, that would create a problem. And I think it says right here that the board had the authority to appoint somebody. They can appoint the entire committee and they can appoint one person if somebody's missing from that committee. So that's all I wanted to say. I hope that euthanize this source.
And let me clear it up a little bit for you. The committees and all that stuff separate. This is a very specific issue in its officer. It's an assistant treasurer, which is an officer. It's a subordinate officer. So it's not the same as a committee or anything like that. So there is a distinction.
Well, that's not what I understood, that it was an officer. It was actually
Yeah.
a subordinate officer.
No, it's a subordinate
It
officer.
is, okay, I say it correctly.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Can I make a motion now, Chair?
Yes.
I make a motion that we appoint Travis Udi today, subject with no authority, access, or anything else until verified by the attorneys. If the attorneys approve it, then he will be appointed as our vote states today. And if not, we'll work with the attorneys on how to make it happen.
So I'll second that.
Okay, what's the vote?
Aye. And to be clear, that's no duties, nothing to do until we verify it. That's just so we don't have to come back here and deal with it again, assuming the attorneys say it's fine.
Ms. Cavender, will you contact the attorney as soon as possible? Monday, Tuesday, whatever, and then get that cleared up once.
And then I'm gonna assume there's going to be a list of what it will entail for him to be assisting in, correct? Like,
Whatever, like.
but
doing
that's what
reports
you
and
would
stuff.
ask me if I was gonna do something. You want a whole list. So I'm just,
Yeah, Jason, I think it'd be a good idea to provide for us with the board what is he gonna do, what he's not gonna do.
Assisting with the duties of the treasurer, which is to help produce the budget, oversee the audit, look into financial matters. I mean, it's,
I'm a little confused though on the budget.
I believe that the budget is delegated to you by the board and is in the review of the treasurer, but has been historically delegated to the general manager. Does someone want to correct me on that?
It's in the bylaws.
Someone want to correct me? On
It's
that?
in the bylaws and it is also in my job description. So I'm,
Well, if
that
it's
is
in
why
your
the
job
budget
description, it's
is
due
confusing to
the-
me. I'm sorry.
All right.
I just want a clarification, that's all.
Okay, I'm not arguing, and I'm not trying to take it. I'm just saying, would you or would you not appreciate more help on getting the budget together and classifying items for better reporting?
Yes.
You would appreciate that.
Yes, I
Which is
would.
what I'm trying to provide you personally, which is why I'm asking Travis to be the assistant treasurer, so you can have some real help that doesn't charge us by the month to get things done.
All right, well, now you're confusing me. Is he gonna help you or is he gonna help Charlene?
My discussion with him to this point was that he was not necessary for him to deal with Charlena and would only be assisting me to do that. So
And if the attorney clarifies this on Monday or Tuesday, it'll be null and void if he says otherwise.
if the
It
attorney,
can go either way.
null and voids this, then I will be looking at options to modify our documents or any other way to make said action happen. It's not possible, it's not possible. If it's possible, it's possible.
That's reasonable. Thank you.
Writing,
What is what gonna be writing?
is the attorney putting this in writing?
I actually want to be on the phone with the attorney when we call him, and I also want something in writing after that.
Ms. Cavender will handle that and she'll present that information once we get it.
I would like to be involved with
Well,
that.
you can.
I would like to motion that I be involved with this decision, and any other director that wants to be involved with speaking to the attorney do so. Do I have a second? Chair, we
That's
have,
not on the item. That's not.
it's all under the assistant
So that's two
treasurer.
motions on the assistant treasurer?
Yeah, two separate things, because you said, oh, no, Ms. Cavender will handle the whole thing, Ms. Cavender will.
No, I
talk
said
to
she
you.
would get the information and share it with us.
Well,
I
then
mean,
why can't that any director that wants to be involved with that?
That is an amendment to a motion.
Okay, so I amend my motion to include that any director here that wants to be involved with discussing this with the attorneys be allowed to do so. Whether it's in a special meeting over Zoom or whatever, no one needs to be excluded from this process.
Jason, now we're going to Zoom. So you gotta make a call and submit the documents and get a response. That was what originally was gonna be done.
Why do we need to give her more things to do? Why can we not get the information ourselves? Maybe I want to ask the attorney a
Well, you can
question.
be
So she's
present.
gonna ask him a question, and then I'm gonna want to have a question, and we're gonna go back and forth. The attorney's gonna run up 10 hours by the time we go back and forth, when it could have been a 10-minute phone call.
Well, all he needs is the documents to interpret. We just went in to interpret the documents.
Nothing's that simple, Memo.
And we're gonna move on. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving
I still have a motion.
Point of order.
Well,
The, whatever you're going to assign the assistant treasurer, is at the discretion of the board, and I think that's something that once we decide if he's legal or not legal, we will, at our discretion of the board, make up those and to give to the show,
yes. And
to the general
my
manager.
goal is absolutely not to interfere with Charlena or give her more things to do. That's actually the opposite of what I'm trying to do. I was trying to help her with some financial matters so she can focus on managing the staff and the business at large. And I believe that will be a help to her.
Thank you. All right. Is everybody still good? We go on or take a 10-minute break?
Let's get it over.
Okay. Well, we're gonna continue on. Okay, last item,
Okay,
member concern.
for all of the troopers that are still here.
What's the water?
Thank you.
Yeah, give me a water, please.
I'll get him.
No, they're under the table. There's some.
Oh, you're gonna get a water. Good job.
You know, these board meetings were fun when I first got on the board. Probably because I was ignorant of all the stuff going on around here. Now it's
I think you're on.
a little painful now.
You got one? All right.
Okay. I'm going to read into the record 3 complaints on myself. Dear FCSA Board of Directors, I'm writing to formally lodge a complaint regarding the conduct of Director Wiley, who during the public FCSA meeting held April 27th engaged in inappropriate and unprofessional behavior directed personally at me and 2 other members. During the meeting, Mr. Wiley made ad hominem attacks, including suggesting that I, along with 2 other members, had acted in bad faith without any factual basis. Beginning around 1:53:40 in video recording, Mr. Wiley states that 3 people that are sending emails are Bill Hahn, Travis, and Annabelle. Those are the 3 people sending emails to the GM and harassing her. It's not anybody else. It's 3 members. He goes on to suggest that the reasonable request to implement a financial advisory committee that is already in place by resolution should be followed is unreasonable because it somehow serves only 3 people who he has attempted to publicly discredit. These comments were unrelated to the business at hand and violated the principles of respectful discourse that should go in our community meetings. As a dues paying member, I have a statutory and contractual right to request and receive access to the association's financial records and operations. My inquiries have been made respectfully and reasonably, publicly characterizing lawful and appropriate inquiries as harassment is both inaccurate and inappropriate. It is the board's fiduciary duty to promote transparency, accountability, and responsiveness to its members, not to retaliate against member engagement. Such behavior not only undermines the professionalism and integrity of the board, but also creates a hostile environment for homeowners participating in HOA business. As a dues paying member and member of this community, I have a reasonable expectation to attend or view meetings without fear of personal attacks or verbal harassment. Board members are expected to model civility, professionalism, and focus on community issues rather than engaging in personal attacks. Accordingly, I respectfully request that the board publicly reaffirm FCSA's commitment to respectful, non-hostile governance practices at the next scheduled meeting. Please be advised that I reserve all rights to pursue additional remedies available to me under HOA governing documents and applicable law, which should this issue remain unresolved or such behavior continue. Thank you for your attention to this important matter. I look forward to a prompt response and commitment to ensuring a respectful environment for all community members. Sincerely signed, Annabelle New. Dear FCSA Board of Directors, I'm writing a formally lodged complaint regarding the conduct of Director Wiley, who during the public FCSA meeting held April 27th engaged in inappropriate and unprofessional behavior directed personally at me and 2 other members. During the meeting, Mr. Wiley made ad hominem attacks, including suggesting that I, along with 2 other members, have acted in bad faith without any factual basis. Beginning around 1:53:40 in the video recording, Mr. Wiley states that 3 people that are sending emails are Bill Hahn, Travis, and Annabelle, and those 3 people sending emails to the GM and harassing her. It's not anybody else. It's 3 members. He goes on to suggest that a reasonable request to implement a financial advisory committee that is already in place by resolution should be followed is unreasonable because it somehow serves only 3 people who he has attempted to publicly discredit. These comments were unrelated to the business at hand and violate the principles of respectful discourse that should govern our community meetings. As a dues paying member, I have a statutory and contractual obligation or right to request and receive access to the association's financial records and operations. My inquiries have been made respectfully and reasonably. Publicly characterizing lawful and appropriate inquiries as harassment is both inaccurate and inappropriate. It is the board's fiduciary duty to promote transparency, accountability, responsiveness to its members, not to retaliate against member engagement. Such behavior not only undermines professionalism and integrity of the board, but also creates a hostile environment for homeowners participating in HOA business. As a dues paying member of this community, I have reasonable expectation to attend or view meetings without fear of personal attacks or verbal harassment. Board members are expected to model civility, professionalism, focus on community issues rather than engaging in personal attacks. Accordingly, I respectfully request that the board publicly reaffirm SCSA's commitment to respectful, non-hostile governance practices at the next scheduled meeting. Please be advised that I reserve all rights to pursue additional remedies available to me under the HOA governing documents and applicable law should this issue remain unresolved or such behavior continue. Thank you for your attention and support of the matter. I look forward to a prompt response and a commitment to ensure a respectful environment for all community members. Signed, Mr. Huey. Dear FCSA Board.
Could I interrupt for a second? Could you slow down a little bit?
I'm gonna read them 3 times. I mean, if we don't get the gist of it after 3 times.
Okay.
Okay, I'll slow down. Yes, ma'am.
If you could just slow down a
Yes,
little bit.
Dear FCSA Board of Directors, I'm writing to formally lodge a complaint regarding the conduct of Director Wiley, who during a public FCSA meeting held on April 27th engaged in inappropriate and unprofessional behavior directed personally at me and 2 other members. During the meeting, Mr. Wiley made ad hominem attacks, including suggesting that I, along with 2 other members, had acted in bad faith without any factual basis. Beginning around 1:53:40 in the video recording, Mr. Wiley states that the 3 people that are sending emails are Bill Hahn, Travis, and Annabelle. Those are the three people sending emails to the GM and harassing her. It is not anybody else, it's three members. He goes on to suggest that a reasonable request to implement a financial advisory committee that is already in place by resolution and should be followed is unreasonable because it somehow serves only three people who he has attempted to publicly discredit. These comments were unrelated to the business at hand and violated the principles of respectful discourse that should govern our community meetings. As a dues paying member, I have a statutory and contractual right to request and receive access to the association's financial records and operations. My inquiries have been made respectfully and recently, publicly characterizing lawful and appropriate inquiries as harassment is both inaccurate and inappropriate. It is the board's fiduciary duty to promote transparency, accountability, and responsiveness to its members, not to retaliate against member engagement. Such behavior not only undermines professionalism and integrity of the board, but also creates a hostile environment for homeowners participating in HOA business. As a dues-paying member of this community, I have a reasonable expectation to attend or view meetings without fear of personal attacks or verbal harassment. Board members are expected to model civility, professionalism, and focus on community issues rather than engaging in personal attacks. Accordingly, I respectfully request that the board publicly reaffirm FCSA's commitment to respect and non-hostile governance practices at next scheduled meeting. Please be advised, I reserve all rights to pursue additional remedies available to me under HOA's governing documents and applicable law, should this issue remain unresolved or should the behavior continue. Thank you for your attention to this important matter. I look forward to your prompt response, commitment to ensuring a respectful environment for all community members. Signed, William F. Pond. Curtis, do you want to read your complaint or do you want me to read it?
I think yours is business first. Yeah, I think his is separate. He's separate, but he has a separate issue.
Well, it means just has something for concern.
Oh, you want to read all the letter?
I don't know. Okay.
I thought you were going to address this.
Okay.
He'll say his letter.
All right. So.
I'll read it.
Good morning, everyone. We received your complaints. I'm going to read you an email that I sent to the three complainants in good faith to get them to come into executive session under member concern in order to sit down and try to hash this stuff out and try to stop some of this fight. And so I'm going to read you that email. We have received your complaints and I've given them some thought. I've served on this board for 2 years with no other goal than to be of service to my community. I've had the great pleasure to serve along with others that feel the same way. We rarely all agree, but we forge ahead with only service in mind. My intentions for this community have not changed, nor will they. I propose we all meet in executive session at the next regular board meeting to discuss issues at hand. I will personally commit to doing the best, to being as neutral as I can to ensure the most productive meeting as possible. I believe if we all sit down, we most certainly won't agree on everything, but maybe progress can be made. On the flip side, if it fails, well, we'll be right where we are. Nothing lost. I believe this can be done in executive session under member concerns for Property Code 209. If we are truly here for the good of this community, let's put our money where our mouths are. That invitation was declined by all three complainants and was asked to be an open session. I'm going to read my response. Thank you for being here. I think there's been a misunderstanding. In the email I just read, I was not asking for everyone to meet in executive session to hide myself. Rather, my intent was to ensure that the complaints had an audience with the governing body as a whole to talk candidly about issues at hand in a private setting, in hopes that we could finally reach common ground. When I've held members accountable in the past, they rarely stepped up to the microphone in a public setting to discuss the matter further. By inviting them to a private conversation, my hope was that the true discourse would occur, resulting in a path forward. However, each complainant preferred my response in open session. Let me be clear. I will not apologize for stating facts. However, I'm sincerely sorry that my statement of facts has led to hurting feelings. I truly want all members to work together for the good of the association. However, progress requires accountability, and accountability can be wholly uncomfortable. However, progress requires, while on the other hand, the membership demands accountability and transparency from the board of directors and the general manager, and on the other hand, we receive complaints from members held accountable for their actions. The same individuals who demand access to the minute details of the organization to be aired publicly also demand anonymity and protection from the public discourse, while also taking to the public social media group and local newspaper to air their grievances. I beg of you to make it make sense. Does this mean public accountability is only for the member volunteers that sit at this table? Lately, the word bully has been thrown in my general direction. After considerable thought and contemplation, I believe my strong tone in delivering the facts clearly hints at my frustrations, and I'm sorry for that. Over the past year, our general manager has, by an unreasonable margin, been overwhelmed by the amount of emails, complaints, and requests on her by less than 0.002% of the membership. Let that sink in. 0.002% of the membership. My frustration is fueled by the passion to make progress in service to roughly 2,000 members instead of our board and general manager's time being monopolized by a small but very vocal interest group making less than 0.002 of the membership. My tone of frustration wells up from my need to defend my remaining 99.998% of members who require the association's attention to handle the plethora of issues. Furthermore, to set the record straight and continue to prove the unreasonableness of the accusations set forth upon me today, I compiled the emails for the last 2 years of service on the board. This group of 3 members has sent approximately 359 emails to the board of directors, and that number does not include any emails they also address to the GM, which is an additional 150 to 200. In comparison, all other members combined sent a mere 41 emails with like reasons or concerns. Let me state that again. 0.002% of the membership sent approximately 359 emails to the board in the past 2 years, while the remaining 99.98% of the membership sent a combined 41 emails of similar nature. Also, to be clear, this is not 359 attempts to volunteer. Additionally, I will not note that my use of the word approximately is because I am human, and sifting through 2 years of emails to defend my position is a tedious task. It took me many hours. However, this undoubtedly proves that the behavior for which I'm holding these members accountable for is in fact unreasonable. The 3 complaints who believe I've smeared their names by stating untruths have sent nearly 800% more emails than the entire rest of the membership combined. I would like to share some of those emails with you, quotes from those emails, to give you some examples and context. So an email from Mr. Huey and Ms. McNew that states we're routinely asking questions, had a total of 73 questions. And I personally just don't think that that's acceptable. From Mr. Hahn, I received the most vile of emails saying things such as, and I quote, "Wandering cat seems to be a hot topic on social media these days. Is it a genuine red-blooded all-American squeaky clean charity, or just another Lisa Vale family scam on our brain-dead community?"
We're drifting into. So
No, I have every right to defend myself.
I'm not saying don't defend yourself. Let me.
These are quotes. They are accusing me of saying that there is no harassment, and I'm here to prove that they have harassed this general manager, and I have every right to defend myself.
I'm not saying don't defend yourself.
Okay.
I just want to make a little comment. So some of these emails are. I've read the emails. Let's be clear. I've seen the stuff. Some emails are intended, like what we have here for the meeting that we planned on doing this. Some emails from members to the board are not intended to be shared in public. So I understand the point of harassment. However, I don't think it's fair without an intended message to be shared to call out specific members and things they've said. They can say whatever they want to us. They can make as many requests as they want to us. It can be cumbersome to go sit through it all and see it all, or painful to even watch it. But I don't think it's appropriate to veer off. We can all agree that there's some level of inappropriate, certainly things that you've mentioned. I agree with that. I mean, it's painful, but I don't think that speaking the name out loud and this is in direct conflict with the quorum I mentioned earlier today. That's all, because it does get heated, and I'm just trying to not fan the flame, but extinguish or just tone it down. That's all.
Okay. Well, here's what I'll do. I'll just share the quotes that are directed at me. Thank goodness I never wasted my vote on your incredibly worthless being. Dear Mr. Wiley, it makes me happy knowing you are happy being ignorant. And my favorite, dear directors, I'm old school and was raised to be polite and have good manners. I hold these qualities in high regard and consider them essential to basic standards of conduct. We can dig further into the content of the emails if necessary. I'm also ready to hear the complainant rebuttals. I'm ready to be proven wrong on this matter. However, if not proven wrong on this matter, I'll resume my charge to protect the general manager's valuable time resources from being consumed by special interest groups. We, the board, serve the entire membership, and I expect our general manager to serve the entire membership. As I give you these facts, I hope that the 99.998% of the membership is also appalled that the 0.002% of membership is consuming a large portion of the association's time and employee resources. If I'm somehow wrong about the unfair balance of interest, please step up to the microphone or send the board a letter expressing your concerns. I want to have a peaceful environment for our general manager to navigate so that she can do the best job she can possibly do. I do not want this association to continue to suffer under the lack of continuity of a GM. We can do better. I also do not want to continue to spend the precious time we have each month fighting over accountability and battling rumors and hearsay. And I would hope that we can all agree on this. Sorry.
I'm assuming that invitation to step up to the mic is absolutely.
Yes.
Okay. So, John, I also went back and looked at our emails because when you made those statements, I needed to reflect a little bit and make sure that I wasn't doing what I would then consider harassing when pointed it out. So I went back and right after you got on the board, how many emails was it? 359. 359. There were 69 emails, which I'm sure you counted in that. So 359 minus 69, where you argued that the budget was not a financial document and that you wouldn't give it to me until later on had to be overruled by Mr.
You did not send a certified letter.
No. You said the budget is not a financial document. 69 emails, Sean. So of 359, that's 69.
I will go back and look at that. I'll make a note of it. You have my word that I will send you an email, and if you are correct, I will apologize publicly. Okay?
Well, I want to further talk about this because the emails that we send to the GM and to the board, how many of those emails have been actioned afterwards? How many of those emails have turned into action?
Have they been responded to by Ms. Cavender?
Yes, they have been responded in 28 budget changes. 28 line items were changed after a 74 email exchange between the GM, myself, and Annabelle McNeil. 28 line items were changed in your budget. Is that harassment?
Good question. I asked Ms. Kavner's how much time you spent answering questions this week. She said 3. I asked her what her average per week was. She said 10 to 15. So our general manager has been here a year, and she's worked over a month just answering your questions.
10 to 15 what? Minutes, hours per week? Literally?
Travis, look, I'm not mad at you. I don't dislike you at all. I know you are a brilliant man. I acknowledge, everybody acknowledges that. Look at this woman. Look at how much weight she has lost from the stress that she endures working in this position. And you are a component of that. And look, my only job at this, one of my jobs is to protect this association. I'm not saying that you're necessarily attacking it. But when I see somebody that I'm very close to because we work together in this association at the board and GM level, enduring the stress that she has to endure as a man, am I not supposed to fight for her?
It's not, I don't have a problem with you fighting for her. I have a problem with you characterizing what we have done, the work that we have done, the volunteerism that y'all asked for as harassment. I'm speaking specifically for myself and Annabelle McNeil.
If she felt like that, then why have I talked to her in the last year and had to listen to her cry multiple times because of the emails that are sent and the burden that's been put on?
We need to get back on our point of order. And this is kind of,
This is a great conversation.
Let's continue, but
This needs to be aired
I
out.
have
This
one
needs to be aired
question.
out.
How can you scientifically say that she lost weight from working here? I can name about 10 reasons why she might have lost weight. It doesn't include too many emails sent to her. Yes or no?
Jason, open your eyes, man.
Is that a fair question or not?
Just open your eyes.
It's a fair question.
I think it's unreasonable to say that the emails that we have sent are harassing, and that was the intent of the complaint.
And I'm
It has
sorry
not
that I
been
characterized it like that. That's not necessarily, yes, that's a strong word. And you can see my frustration. I love this place, and I know you do too. We just don't have the same way about going about it, which is why I wanted to have this conversation in executive session so we can do exactly what we're doing in private here and maybe make some more progress without people out here going, I don't want to listen to this. It wasn't to hide. It was to get further along.
Now that you have recharacterized your statement around harassment, we can now have a conversation in private. We'll put all this to bed. We don't have to do this here anymore. As long as you can admit that the characterization of those emails being harassment, burdensome maybe, burdensome yes. It's a big job, but not harassment.
Okay, I will retract my statement of harassment out of respect for what you're saying right there, and I can tell that you are genuine in what you're saying, and I appreciate that. I'm with you. I apologize publicly for saying it that way, and it will never happen again. And I appreciate that you're acknowledging that it has been very burdensome, and that is all I'm trying to do is protect. And it sounds like all you're trying to do is help, and all I'm trying to do is help. I'm trying to help this woman get through the first year of her service so that we don't lose her. And we almost lost her. And y'all don't know that. We almost lost her. She doesn't even know that.
no,
But I've seen the look in her eye. And so thank you for coming up and talking. This is what I want. I wanted to be able to have a man-to-man talk with you, and I appreciate you coming up here. I really do. I respect you so much more for it. And yeah, my deepest apology.
Thank you. And we can talk offline.
Yes, sir.
I do want to say, may I say one thing? Travis, your emails were always full of questions for information. But when the change of board happened, I got email after email after email that not harassed, were not, it was just nonstop. And literally it stressed me out. I would go home, I'd have headaches, stomach aches, acid, whatever. I would go home, I couldn't eat supper. I would throw up at night because I had so many emails right after it. I thought, okay, Lisa's not on the board anymore. Everybody's going to be happy. But no, it seemed like it all turned to me. And I will put this out there. I told Jason I was ready to quit. And Jason told me, he said, I've asked them to quit sending you all the emails. And it finally stopped. And I'm not saying they were mean or bad, but it was like you were trying to break me. That's what I felt like. And I'm not lying. I'm a very strong person. And I'm not that easily gotten rid of. But that's what it felt like to me. And it felt like you didn't want me here. It felt like you thought I was just, somebody had sent me a text that said she's a really nice person, but she doesn't have the experience to fill the GM shoes. And somebody that was on part of that text, very close to you. And people that cared about me shared some of those things with me. And how do you think that made me feel? It didn't make me feel like I was wanted here at all. And all I have ever done is try to be friends with everybody, try to do my job, try to fix a fort that has been broken for a long time. But every time I turn around, people get mad at me. I had somebody come in the office the other day and yell at me and told me that what we do is inadequate. So it doesn't make me feel wanted. It really doesn't. But I'm still here. And I love my employees. And I love being here. But sometimes you all don't make me feel like that. And I'm not saying everybody. And that's how I felt. Maybe kind of how you felt right now.
I think Travis has said he's willing to go offline and talk to y'all about this. Maybe you just need to get together and understand each other and where each other's coming from. I get copied on all those emails as if everybody else does. And the emails that I've seen are concerning our finances and concerning the fact that there's a lot of audit questions. And I'm hoping when we get our Zoom meeting and we get our auditor online, the big beautiful books are not big beautiful in his eyes either. So I think we'll get a lot of these audit questions answered. There are, as he said, and Jim said about the categories, our auditor had sent multiple requests for the categories to be updated and the categories to be where they should be. He did not get a lot of cooperation from our people who are paying to do our books. So I'm looking forward to this audit Zoom. We will ask more questions. Maybe a lot of Travis's questions will be answered, plus a lot of the other people that have been asking questions. But I think right now, y'all just need to take this offline.
And I want to make a comment. I think that what we should take from this is that, yes, people disagree about how things should be done. But everybody in here is fighting because they love this place. John loves this place. Travis loves this place. I do. Everybody that's sit through this multi-hour, I'm not even going to say what I'm going to call it, but everybody still here clearly has passion and love for this place. And when I got appointed to the board, I specifically went and spoke to every director that wasn't on the board anymore because I knew that they had institutional knowledge and that there was bad blood amongst the people that was on the board. And I have been able to get along with it. So this is not productive, this fighting. It's not. Like, I don't want to have this. Part of the reason for me and wanting to ask Travis to be assistant treasurer is because do you think he's going to send questions if he's able to access the information? He'll be answering his own questions that he has. And I want to hear the answer. Every question that he's asked, I want to hear the answer to it. I mean, I don't know about everyone, but the vast majority are logical financial questions. And if all the books were so beautiful and well done, it wouldn't take her 15 hours to figure out every single financial question that he asked. So I just want to help clean those up. He wants to help clean it up. I think she wants people to help clean it up. Everybody wants to do the best thing they can out of love for this place.
All right, we have one more.
I believe Ms. Kilgore's had her hand up several times. If you still want to speak.
Well, I just have a question. May not like my question. Did y'all get any other letters?
Yes, we have one more question. We have one more letter.
No, one more letter.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Bennett? No, he's going to be ready.
They didn't know if you joined, but
Come on up.
they weren't asked to read their letters.
No, he was defending his position. Come on up. His letter is different.
You want me to read it, Curtis?
No, I'll read it, but then I have a caveat to you. You've done a lot of it. Okay.
I know what you're saying, Joe.
And I'll actually put the caveat up front because you asked and I agreed to do it. So I said yes, so my yes is going to be yes. But I think going forward, it's inappropriate to ask members to read their letters because it will send a signal to others. Well, if I complain or I'm not comfortable speaking in public, then they won't send a letter. So
It was a courtesy.
well, okay, but and I didn't take it negatively. But the more I thought about it, the more I think that doing it this way is not a good idea.
Then Ms. Wolf can read it.
Okay, well, or John can.
May,
But
No.
No,
Either
the
Ms.
other,
Wolf or John
John
can read it.
read the other letters and we've set a precedent here, so I think John should read the letter.
That's fine.
You okay with that, John?
Yes, sir.
I'm not trying to whipsaw you. But I do think that in the long run, this should be done at the board level, not individuals, because not everybody's
I agree with you.
getting up here.
That's fine.
Unless a member expresses the specific intent of wanting to read it, I think it should probably be read.
And I appreciate you trying to give me the courtesy, but in hindsight, I think it was not right to go about that.
Okay. President Guzman and directors. I see the outraged mob has once again attempted to bully the board of directors and GM into doing what they want. Please do not give into this small group of disgruntled members attempting to outside influence over the daily operations of the board. They certainly do not speak for me. I would guess they don't speak for the majority of other members either. Most of us seem willing to trust our duly elected board members. We want to enjoy our daily lives and choose to allow the board and the GM to do their job. Unlike these self-appointed experts who don't appear to trust the board and the GM, who don't know what they don't know, and who appear to be placing their own agenda ahead of the needs of the association. I encourage the board to ignore the petition until the normal monthly meeting. No special meeting, no individual board members giving out information ahead of time. Any other action by the board should be only contemplated after an official request to be placed on the agenda for the open session is received, and only if the actual petition with names is released to the board at the time of the agenda request. The association will cease to function if the board does not do its job by backing the GM and Mrs. Cavender is not allowed to do her job. In my opinion, the board and small subset of members are already well on their way to creating a hostile work environment for the GM. Should this continue, I would suspect the board will be sued for such an environment a third time. The members will be on the hook for yet another settlement. If the board absolutely feels the response is necessary, I would suggest a dispatch stating that the decision is part of the daily operations, and as such, the board will be willing to support. The board will be supporting Mrs. Cavender's decision, and that's all. Nothing else from the individual directors. No posting on Facebook. In my opinion, such extra comments would not be in line with the board president's decision, and such a public statement or comment would place the director in violation of the code of ethics, thus rendering him or her subject to being removed from the board. I trust Mrs. Cavender's judgment. She knows what needs to be done and who is the best suited to accomplish this task. She has more knowledge in the daily operations than at least 2/3 of the current board. She certainly has more current knowledge than the board members trying to tell her how to do her job. As such, she chose someone who knows what needs to be done and how to go about it. This person just happens to be the former acting GM and the former president, who also has more knowledge of current ops than most, is just a bonus. There's no reason why she can't help classify some entries. I doubt this would have been an issue had the GM hired anyone else. So then why is it an issue? In case the board hasn't figured this out yet, I shall state the obvious. This petition is not about transparency. These individuals' previous behavior over the last 2 years or so, voluminous newspaper editorial opinion pieces, sending 70+ item emails, demanding explanations, and other such attempts to control day-to-day operations isn't about transparency. This is about control. This week, it's about Mrs. Bell working for the fort. Next week, it will be about something else, anything else that this group can whine about in the name of transparency. In my opinion, this is all about a small group of people who, with an apparent personal grudge against the former board president, Lisa Bell, and on some days her children, these people who appear to be angry because Mrs. Bell and other board members have been successful in moving the association forward after President Huey quit at the March 2023 board annual meeting. Directors Linda O'Brien and Chris Race also quit the board sometime after that, but prior to their terms expiring. President Bell and the new board had to hit the ground running because the previous board had not ensured the required annual audit was completed. This is what necessitated 3 audits in 18 to 24 months. Ironically, members of the board during Mr. Huey's tenure would lecture fort members and other directors anytime the status of the auditor in the audit was raised, saying the board was not to run the fort, but to ensure the fort was well run. In fact, most queries into the GM Peterson activities on each subject were met with the same response. If only Mrs. Cavender was receiving such support at this time. If you give the angry mob control, they will take it, and the fort will be worse for it. I say give because that's exactly what the board does if they give any response other than mind your own business. Feel free to come up with your own diplomatic response, but the end result should be the same. I believe I spelled all names correctly, provided accurate timelines were used, and used titles when appropriate. Any error or omission was unintentional, and I request this letter be read into the record at the May board meeting. Regards, Curtis Fruit. That is all the letters that we have. Thank you, sweet Jesus.
Constance, when you mentioned another letter, was it that?
Yeah.
Something else?
I understand it was
There was no other letter that was asked to be read into the minutes.
Any announcements? Right.
Mrs. Cavender, where is the margarita machine?
It's over at the Duck Inn. Sitting there lonely.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's 1:03. We're gonna adjourn into executive session. At this time, I appreciate your all's patience. It's been a whirlwind meeting and hopefully the next one will be shorter. Thank you very much. Oh, no, I'm gonna try to take- I'm waiting for some- I have a couple, like, check.
I'm nobody.
think so. No, 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 no. I don't think so. No, 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 no. It's never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. I don't think so. No, 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 no. I don't think so. No, 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 no. It's never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. I don't think so. No, 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 no. Maybe someday you'll have it your way. Maybe someday it'll all work out. Until then, nope, a nope, a nope, a nope, definitely nope, a nope, nope, a nope. Probably never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. Oh no.
I don't think so. No, 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 no. I don't think so. No, 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 no. It's never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. I don't think so. No, 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 no. I don't think so. No, 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 no. It's never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. I don't think so. No, 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 no. Maybe someday you'll have it your way. Maybe someday it'll all work out. Maybe someday you'll have it your way. Maybe someday it'll all work out. Until then, nope, a nope, a nope, a nope, definitely nope, a nope, nope, a nope. Probably never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. Oh no.
All right. Ward 12 at Fort Clark Springs, Fort Clark Board meeting. We've reconvened after adjournment. No decisions or actions were taken during executive session. Thus, we will end our meeting at this time at 4:13 to meet on June
21st, I believe.
We will return. Our next Fort Clark board meeting will be on June 21st, 2025. Close.